Colleagues, I account. We believe that the youth are the roaring engines of inclusive progress. When their ideas and energy are unlocked, they don't just join the future, they design it for everyone. The NYDA, as an institution that has to actually ensure that that engine is propelled, will therefore be expected to drive inclusive progress and design a future that leaves no one behind. And as such, we support, as the department, any initiative that reach out to young people anywhere in South Africa. The President, as it has been said, Chairperson, appointed the new NYDA board effective the 1st of August 2025. And he appointed Dr. Sunshine Miende as the Executive Chairperson, as well as Mr. Bonga Makanya as the Executive Deputy Chairperson. Before that, already the board had appointed Mr. Ndumiso Kupeka as the CEO with effect from the 1st of July 2024, which means, Chairperson, that we have managed to put in place governance structures of the agency, and therefore we can actually hold them accountable. So this board, Chairperson, effectively is only a month old in office, and it joins the agency during the Women's Month. So they had really to hit, I like to say, the road running. I'm used to that, than the ground running. And they've actually done that. The board is working tirelessly, Chairperson, to reduce the vacancy rate to be at least 10%, and we support the required measures to stabilize the capacity of the NYDA. On business performance for the fiscal year 2024-2025, Chairperson, you will be aware that the NYDA had 29 targets, and all of them by the end of the year, which is Q4, all 29 of them had actually been achieved. The 2025-26 financial year, it has got 39 targets. 37 of them have been achieved, which is 95% achievement, except for the 2 outstanding targets, which are jobs created and sustained, as well as the voucher program. There are concrete actions underway to conclude them by the end of September. However, as the shareholder, but also the ministry, as well as the department, we are amenable to this recovery plan and will provide necessary support and oversight. If maybe it overlaps to October, we'll be amenable to that, but otherwise they actually have said they will try by all means to meet these 2 targets during this second quarter. We endorse the NYDA partnerships that reach young people where they are, as long as that is done following the processes. We recognize the NYDA work in a challenging context of high youth unemployment, and nevertheless, we are impressed by the board's early moment and professionalism achieved, which within just 1 month in office. We equally appreciate management's commitment to delivery. Our young people are not the next chapter, they are the authors of the present chapter. When we trust their power, they will indeed rewrite the country's socio-economic trajectory in real time and set its future on a fairer course. As I conclude, Chairperson, allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to the outgone interim board members of the NYDA who served with dedication until this new board was appointed. We also want to thank the CEO, the former CEO of NYDA, who also served the NYDA. We thank them for their service, and we look forward to building on the foundations they have laid. Through you, Honorable Chairperson, we look forward to the board and CEO's detailed presentation, as well as to the committee's guidance as we deepen impact for the youth of South Africa. I will now hand over Chairperson to the Executive Chairperson, unless DM wants to say something, to the NYDA Executive Chairperson, Dr. Sunshine Miende, and then of course she will present an overview of the agency's performance for the remainder of the 2024-25 financial year, and of course the first quarter of this current financial year. And the chairperson will then delegate to whoever she will want.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Present. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Just before we hand over to the Executive Chairperson, Ms. Silly, for our records, I forgot to ask for the apologies. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Welcome, Honourable Lonzi.
Thank you, Chairperson. We've received apologies from Honourable Polwane, Honourable Mbiko, Honourable Mailola, and Honourable Adams.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I also just want to echo your sentiments, Minister, in sending our appreciation to the outgoing interim board and also the outgoing CEO. And I do have to take the opportunity to say that we hear you on overseas travel, but I think always the issue is the size of the delegations. And I think we need to just remember there's an outcry now currently where ordinary South Africans are asking, what value do we get for that spend? So as much as we understand that, you know, in some instances, overseas travel is necessary, and especially in your case, Honourable Minister, where you have to represent us in all forums. But please, while there's no money in the kitty, can we keep delegations small, not extravagant delegations? Okay, I'm going to hand over to the Honourable Chairperson. I know that Honourable Lonzi is going to talk to you, the NYDA, about your Super Kings initiative a little bit later and ask you how you selected the 150 young people to participate. You will surprise me, great. But I did see they've already answered you. And I know Honourable Megan is possibly going to ask you about the job scams, the online job scams that are affecting young women and how the NYDA can play a role in that. And I think we are going to talk to you eventually once you've done your presentations about your over-expenditure, your vacancies, which Minister mentioned, your high staff turnover, and then the impactfulness of your programs. But it's a great honour to allow me, Executive Chairperson, to do your first remarks to Parliament as the new Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves, greetings to the Minister, to the Deputy Minister, all the honourable members. The last time I was here appearing before yourselves, I didn't even know what was happening. It was just a lot of emotions, but thank you for the opportunity that I've given myself and the entire board to be able to serve young people of South Africa at this dire time where majority of young people are unemployed. They're seeking for funding and opportunities. And we have presented ourselves to be the servants of young people. We're going to serve young people in South Africa with humility and kindness. Allow me to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation on the newly appointed board of the National Youth Development Agency for the opportunity to appear before this particular portfolio committee to present an update on the work that has been undertaken by the agency in quarter 2 to 4 of the 2024-25 financial year, and also to present our board overview, because the communication that we received when we entered office was for us to present our board overview. But I would like to highlight, Chairperson, that we have not yet gone through our strategic planning session so that we consolidate our board overview, but we have in our different areas, we have drafted a draft board overview that we're going to present to yourselves. This comes from the different ideas that we have had from our board, from our first board meeting, even during our induction session that we have had as a board. And I'm not sure if our slides that we've prepared, if they can be projected, Chair.
We did see you had some training with the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I think it was over 2 days or 3 days, but we'll definitely allow you time to settle in. So today is also a bit of a get to know. We can't really grill you on the issues of the previous board. So we'll be kind today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, no, I've been overruled by our mother. Yeah, there's an objection. No, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So our draft board overview emanates from the current research and statistics that is there on where young people in South Africa are at. So we understand that majority of young people, according to statistics, are currently unemployed and are seeking for opportunities. And other reports that we have received is that there are young people that are not in any form of employment or any skills opportunity. So what we intend on doing as a board is to respond to the current statistics that are there and where those young people are located. I'm going to go straight to slide number 7, where our priorities as a board are going to be emanating from our NYDA Act, the National Youth Policy 2030, and our Integrated Youth Development Strategy, a report from the Census 22 and 30-year review, and other initiatives and documents that are currently at our disposal that speak to the issues that are affecting young people in South Africa. I'm going to go to the slide number 8, where this is our first priority as a board, where we want to ensure that there is good governance within the organization, where we're going to be an agency that is responsive, that is transparent, and very much efficient. We also want to strengthen our accountability as a board and ensure that the shortfalls that have been there, for example, issues of late payments that have been late payment of our service providers, we want to ensure that we eliminate those particular challenges that we've had, and also enhance our performance monitoring and consequence management. We believe that the integrity of the organization is quite important, because if we're going to look for sponsorship and partnerships, people who want to invest in an organization that has integrity. So those are some of the areas that we want to focus on. Thirdly, issues of policy development. We're going to ensure that there's research and monitoring and evaluation in place that we are going to be highlighting, because we believe that our programs and our initiatives must be policy driven and be supported by research. As Chair would know, we have 2 board members that have PhDs, so research and monitoring and doing programs that have impact is going to be our areas of priority. We're also going to be having different partnerships. I must report to the portfolio committee that yesterday we met with NSFAS. As we are aware that NSFAS and through the Department of Higher Education it started a process of planning for next academic year 2026. So NSFAS is going to be rolling out their application processes. So as the NYDA, we have partnered with them to ensure that all young people in South Africa are able to access NSFAS through their application, and ensuring that even young people from rural areas are able to reach NSFAS. Next slide, which is pillar 2, on our skills, economic and youth development. Research tells us that less young people are able to participate in the mainstream economy. So we want to ensure that through NYDA being a pathway for youth enterprises, finance, access, to ensure that young people are able to apply in different areas. One of the initiatives that we want to bring forth, Honorable Chairperson, is to speak on our corporate banks or through the credit bureau, that they reduce some of the red tapes that are there for young people to be able to access funding. Because if you go into a bank to look for a loan, there are certain things that they require from us as young people that we are not able to provide at that particular time. So as the NYDA, want to be that pathway that ensures that even in corporate banks, young people are able to access funding in a less strenuous ways. We also want to ensure that there are going to be young people that are going to be found in the green and the digital economy through public and private partnerships, even in the international space. The other day we had an engagement where there's the corporate organization like the MasterCard, where they're seeking for young people that they're going to be able to train in different areas. So we want to go beyond government to ensure that young people are able to participate in the mainstream economy. On issues of skills development, Chair, over time, young people have been told that they don't have the relevant skills. We're going to be embarking on a skills revolution to encourage young people to be able to attain skills that are going to be relevant to the market and that are also going to be able to grow our economy as a country. Pillar number 3 speaks on accessibility and advocacy of the agency. So over time, the NYDA has been regarded as an agency that is not accessible, particularly for young people from rural areas. Young people from Umkhanyakude, young people from Engutu, Nomsinga, and KZN in the Eastern Cape have had issues with accessing the agency. So our issues of accessibility and advocacy is one of the areas that we're going to be largely working on, Honorable Chairperson. And we have also tried to ensure that we're going to have what we call youth service days. If a young person would know that there's something called Puza Thursday, Honorable Chair. this is where young people enjoy themselves in their different areas. So as the NYDA, we're coming up with an innovation of youth service days that we're going to call them Panda Thursday. So the NYDA is going to be serving as a pathway to bring together different government departments that offer funding and job opportunities to young people in vulnerable communities and areas. So we're going to be bringing your CEDA, we're going to be bringing Department of Labor and all other government departments and private sector that offer opportunities to young people. So those particular services are going to be based in local municipalities and in provincial governments, where young people are going to be able to access the services that are going to assist them in their different areas. Also issues of inclusivity. So over time, we want to ensure that the NYDA is accessible for persons, for youth living with disabilities, LGBTQIA+, and also be able to ensure that we have employment targets that speak to the vulnerable groups across all spheres. So also going to be doing that through our intergovernmental relations in municipalities, provincial youth directorates, as well as traditional leaders. I must applaud the minister. She was able to set a meeting with the Minister of Land and Rural Development, where we also want young people to be able to access land, because we believe that the businesses that we want them to start, to be able to work the land, they need to have access to the land. So those are some of the initiatives that we're bringing forth and the engagements that we've had in our quest to ensure that there's accessibility and overall development of young people in South Africa. We are also intent on creating social cohesion and civic engagement. We have worked with the IEC. I think last week we had an engagement with the IEC. We're also going to be meeting with them and having an MOU towards local government elections to urge young people to go and register to vote, so that they understand that we have that civic responsibility and nation building responsibility as young people. In conclusion, Chair, the last slide. As the 5th Board of Directors, we are quite aware of the youth challenges, of the challenges that young people in South Africa are facing. So the commitment that we're making is to have impactful programs. We do not want to only report on the quantitative aspect of the work that we do. We don't want to only report on the targets that we've met, but we want to provide qualitative work that is very much impactful, so that by the end of our term of office, we are able to measure the work that we've done, not only on a numbers based, but on meaningful work that we would have done. Some of the initiatives, Honorable Chair, is that we're going to be developing a youth development index. A youth development index is going to assist us in some of the in our mandate as the agency to ensure that there is coordination and innovative work that we do. So the youth development index is going to track throughout government departments and private sector on the work that they're doing towards youth development. And during the August month, Chairperson, the minister has exposed us to different private sectors, where your likes of Standard Bank, Nedbank, and they were speaking on the work that they're doing towards youth development. But we must be able to track that work that they're saying that they've put money towards. So our youth development index is going to do that. Also, we want to have a policy that is going to be called youth responsive budgeting and monitoring, so that National Treasury compels government departments that in their budgeting, issue of youth budgeting be meaningful. It must be out there to say this is the money that is being set aside to assist young people in South Africa. So I think in conclusion is that, Chair, we want to build a credible, inclusive and innovative agency during our term of office. But as I've said before, this is a draft. We're still going to go through our strategic planning session. Then we're going to maybe appear again to bring a consolidated board overview. But for now, this is our thinking as this particular board. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Who follows the chairperson?
My sincere apologies, Chairperson. It's the first time, so
Take your time.
aware of the rules, and we're going to request that the Audit and Risk Committee makes a presentation. Maybe before that, I'll allow the DC maybe to add through you, Chair, on some of the areas that maybe I would have omited.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the session and Chairperson of the board. And thank you once again for allowing us opportunity to come and make some remarks around some of the vision that we have as a collective. And I think I would like to firstly thank the chairperson for managing to be able to consolidate the various diverse and dynamic ideas from the board. I think it's a true reflection of some of the fundamental areas that we all agree as a new board, this is what we want to focus on. And at our strategic planning session, we'll then be able to get into the technical areas of how do we operationalize some of these areas. But I think largely, Chair, it's just to touch on the issue of partnerships, to say that I think as a new board, we've identified that our own internal capacity is not enough in terms of driving youth development. I'm sure in some of the numbers you would be exposed to, you'll see that the capacity of the agency to support close to 4.8 million young South Africans is simply not enough. So we would like to leverage both public sector and private sector partnerships and existing government programs. For example, there's talks around the Transformation Fund, which is being run by the DTIC, to say how do we get NYDA involved in consolidating some of those resources that will be available from the Transformation Fund. There's many exciting programs that we are engaging with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy to see how can we fit in their small-scale mining fund that they have for junior miners. How do we get NYDA to play a role there? And there's many other exciting partnerships with NSFAS that the chair has covered. But I think fundamentally it's just to highlight the fact that public and private sector partnerships are going to be key in executing our vision, because we understand that fundamentally the resources that we have are not enough. And I think on the policy development side, I think the partnership with Stats SA, which we should be announcing soon, will be able to help us map and track all young people and the needs of young people in the country, because the NYDA has a limited capacity to actually check where are young people. So that's why we want to leverage that relationship statistically with Stats SA. So already, I think, Chairperson, the new board has hit the ground running in terms of securing certain partnerships and programs within a month of office. And of course, at our strat plan, we'll then be able to consolidate a proper long-term vision and action plan as to how do we then operationalize some of the areas. But I think collectively, we're all excited for the challenge ahead, and we're looking forward to working with the committee in making sure that we roll out youth development in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is responsible, and in a way that benefits all young people of South Africa. And we look forward to also making sure that we don't leave communities behind. Even in our rural strategy, I think, Chair, you'll be excited to know that we've already met with some traditional authorities, as well as even within government, the Minister of Land. How do we make land accessible for young people in rural areas? There's conversations going around at that level as well. And from a visibility point of view, in terms of marginalized communities, one of the things that I think Uche didn't mention in our first board meeting, we took a decision to form a disability and transformation committee, which was never there before, to say that we want to strengthen oversight internally and externally on the work that the NYDA is doing to ensure that young people living with disabilities are prioritized in our programs, but they also benefit from the internal, for example, like HR, hiring of employees, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of work that has been done already, and we're looking forward to doing much more. So with that, Chair, I think I'd like to thank you for having us again, and like to hand over back to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Can I then request through you, Chair, that the CEO and the team, they take us through the next part of our presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Whip. Sorry, just hang on, CEO.
Apologies for the interruption. I think just as a point of education, if I may, just to sensitize everyone in the room, that the sector is no longer referred to as people living with disabilities, but as disabled or persons with disabilities. I think it's important for us to, when we find the opportunity, just to educate one another and sensitize each other on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Whip. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members present here today. Thank you, Chairperson of the NYDA and, of course, the DC and colleagues. The next presentation, Honourable Chairperson, will be by the independent Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee of the National Youth Development Agency, Mr. Mbusiso Angcobo, who will take the committee through the period under review that we'll be presenting on from an ARC point of view. Mr. Mbusiso, you can take us away, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and thanks, Chair. Greetings once again, honorable members. I firstly just wish to echo an apology. There was some grammatical errors on the first presentation that was sent through, and that's been corrected. So the presentation we are flighting today is the one that has the corrected grammatical issues. Just want to register that before I proceed. Chair, we did get the briefing in terms of what was required from the NYDA, and for us as the members of the Audit and Risk Committee, what was required to present for the periods that are under review. If I can then request, next slide. So that's, I think that's the incorrect slides in terms of tables of contents. The updated one was sent. Perhaps we can just... Okay. Just a few minutes, Chair, just to send the correct slides. Okay, got it. Okay, that's the corrected one. Thank you. So the tables of contents indicate the background of the summary of meetings that were held under the period, on the period under review, the performance information based on the quarterly reports, as well as for Q1, our commentary on the management accounts for the prior financial period, as well as for Q1, commentary on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, commentary on the control environment stemming from the internal audit reports, commentary on the risk management activities of the agency, and Chair, a significant issue related to the prior year audit finding that is being resolved, and so our presentation relates to these items. Next slide. That's just the background of the meetings of the Audit and Risk Committee. And notably, in terms of the numbers of the special meetings, slightly higher due to some of the activities in resolving the prior year audit finding, as well as management engagements, just to track progress on the remedial actions there. And that's really the summary of the meetings for Q1 at the top, and then 2024-2025, and then for Q1 for 25-26. Next slide. So on the meetings, that just details the activities. We've covered the number of meetings in the previous slides, and that just indicates our responsibilities in terms of the PFMA. Next slide. Our commentary on performance information for Q1 to Q4 for 2024-2025. Performance information was audited, and there were no findings for the period under review. The audit is still underway in terms of the financial statements, and management is engaged with the Auditor General in terms of resolving on the remaining sections of the audit. and the agency met all its targets. I think that's already been reflected on in the earlier presentations. Performance information for Q1. Again, Minister has already indicated that 2 additional targets were met by this period. The commentary from the Audit and Risk Committee when we put together this report was a management commitment that all these unmet targets for Q1 will be met by Q2, and the committee received and accepted the remedial action plan by management to meet all the targets by Q2. So the committee is then looking forward to the update when the Q2 results are reported in terms of those targets having been met. Commentary on management accounts. As indicated earlier, the prior audit finding remained a challenge, but management has been up to the task. And this slide simply indicates activities so far in relation to resolving the prior audit qualification. Other management accounts presented were accepted with that proviso that the remedial action was underway to resolve the prior audit qualification on the accounts payables balance. And members will be pleased to take a notice that the AFS for the NYDA have been concluded, and they were sent to the Auditor General as of the 31st of August. So we are awaiting an audit evaluation on the AFS, which will then lead to the conclusion of the audit processes, which then the Audit and Risk Committee will receive and deliberate and report to the board accordingly, and ultimately to this committee. So if I know, Chair, there's a proposed round of applause, but I do believe that for the agency to get to this stage, having met some of the challenges as the Audit and Risk Committee to work with them in resolving this prior qualification, is still under audit, but it's commendable that the AFS have been produced with the CEO 2 months into the job and the CFO 7-8 months into the job. It's a phenomenal progress that's been made here, so worth a round of applause. Next slide. A very good culture. No regular fruitless and wasteful expenditure occurred on both periods under review, which is the last financial year as well as for Q1. Also, no variations or expansions of contracts that were brought before the Audit and Risk Committee. So this is a very good record for the agency. On the internal control environment, except for what's been indicated in terms of resolving the prior audit finding. Performance information, as indicated earlier, very, very good consistency in terms of meeting targets and exceeding them, and expecting improvements going forward. One commentary on compliance would be the delay in finalization of the financial statements and then submitting them accordingly. And that is understood in terms of resolving the prior audit finding. Next slide. Under risk management activities, there was a fire in our Tambo branch in the Eastern Cape that was reported to the Audit and Risk Committee, amongst other things, by the risk section, and that those investigations are underway, and the committee is awaiting to receive feedback there in terms of what transpired, but there were no fatalities. Operations continued with staff working from home in off-site locations. The critically damaged asset was the server, and understanding the claims have been sent to the insurances for recovery for claims on those assets. As indicated, investigations are underway. Also, a good record from the prior year presentation when we appeared before this portfolio committee is the improvement on BBBE compliance, and we are expecting that the agency will also this time around, when the AFS are finalized, also report significant improvement in that area. Overall, the risk environment remains low, except for what is indicated in terms of the financial reporting system. and other risk management activities are continuing, including your business continuity management and so on. Next slide. Chair, I believe I've covered this quite succinctly in the previous commentary, but important to note here is the middle item on the last row, on the second row, that just indicates management's cooperation with the Auditor General in terms of resolving the prior audit finding. And this pretty much relates to the agreed upon audit methodology and the portfolio of evidence that will be evaluated in resolving this, this item. Perhaps just a rehash again, just on management's continued cooperation with the Auditor General in terms of resolving the prior audit finding. Again, this is just a commentary on the importance of resolving the finding for public confidence in terms of the NYDA being able to manage its, or report accordingly rather. Again, those were just the high points in terms of the agency having finalized its AFS, as well as indicating that the Audit and Risk Committee is looking forward to present its final audit report once the audit outcome is presented to the committee of the NYDA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we are going to take the next part in our presentation. CEO.
Thank you very much, Executive Chairperson and Honourable Chair. The next presentation then deals with the quarterly reports as it relates to the period under review in this regard. Firstly, I would like to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity to present this report here today. This report, Honourable Chair, by way of background, of course, deals with the performance of the entity from Q2 to Q4 2024 to 2025 and Q1 25 to 26. This is, of course, submitted to the Portfolio Committee in line with the National Youth Development Agency's obligations set out in its annual performance plan, and it presents a consolidated account of the agency's performance across 4 reporting periods in this regard. When looking at this particular report, Honourable Chair, this report provides structured insights for each quarter, focusing on key areas including board matters, non-financial performance, financial performance, and other outstanding matters. And through this report, the NYDA aims to certainly demonstrate accountability and highlight key achievements, challenges, and provide a transparent account of progress that has been made towards the delivery of the strategic objectives. And so the structure of this presentation, Honourable Chair, we will cover the performance overview, which details the targets that have been met and those that have not been met, and the related catch-up plans in place to stay on track for the rest of the financial year. This also includes the work related to the disability strategy that is due in Q4, which management has moved it up to Q2 to accelerate its design and implementation, and work in that regard is currently underway. It also includes the rural youth strategy, which is also currently underway in this quarter, and of course the work related to the integrated youth development strategy and consultations with government, civil society, youth formations to commence in Q2 of this financial year. The final draft is expected by April of 2026, and the target is to ensure that it can at least be tabled for cabinet consideration by July of 2026. In this presentation as well, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, we also cover the budget review recommendations, the status of those recommendations as received from the Portfolio Committee, and the associated timelines, which are the commitments that we make in this regard. We also cover the areas around operations, human resources, finance, and governance oversight. But perhaps on the pillars of the strategy, Mr. Bango, just on the pillars. The strategy of the agency for the period under review have been premised on 4 main pillars. Economic development through youth entrepreneurship, decent employment through the jobs program, the revitalization of service through the National Youth Service, and of course, monitoring and evaluation of the integrated youth development strategy. And so with that having been said, Honourable Chair, these specific pillars offer what we would think is the strategic clarity that can enable operational excellence within the agency. And perhaps as we get into the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, one of the positive stories when we had started, Honourable Chair, was of course the story of Ntsako Mhlaule from Bushbuck Ridge in Mpumalanga, whom through the NYDA grant program had acquired her first embroidery and industrial sewing machine, which laid the foundation for her branding and printing company at a cost of 50,000 Rand. And today she employs 10 people. And has expanded her own factory through the NYDA and MTN Foundation Women in Digital Business Challenge. And this year, 2025, she's also been recognized by the Mail and Guardian 200 Young South Africans in the entrepreneurship category. When it comes to the SONA priorities, Chair, we've seen the work of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, and some of the results that are related to that is, of course, reaching about 4.7 million young people and opportunity holders per quarter of around 537. There have been 1.6 million opportunities that have been secured, mostly opportunities that are accessible to women. And of course, this is focused on a demand-led skilling approach in order to ensure greater absorption over this period. The ecosystem enablement has been quite critical to offer entrepreneurship support and skilling support. And of course, the revitalized National Youth Service has enabled paid service opportunities in excess of 84,000. When we look at the reach of the NYS, Honourable Chair, this map is simply an illustration of where we can find, or a visual demonstration of where we can find the footprint of this particular program. When we look at this map, and there's another map that speaks around the job deserts, we're able to clearly illustrate where economic opportunities don't necessarily exist and how this intervention is able to create some kind of activity, be it social and economic and otherwise, for young people who in other instances may have not gotten the opportunity to do so. And finally, for this segment, Chair, these are some of the stories that are certainly encouraging for us as a new board, and stories that we would wish to certainly multiply as we head into the board strategy and, of course, how we can be able to amplify and accelerate the work that has been done. Perhaps maybe to share the story in this instance of Uvuyiswa Fernando, who was a young graduate and has an honors degree in psychology. She participated in phase 3 of the program, and of course currently the phase 4 of the program is underway. She's from KZN, and after completing the program, she had successfully transitioned into a role as a school counselor. One of the other examples, which is quite encouraging, is that of Rachel Mufukeng, who through the NYS training based in Gauteng, she became a certified cell phone technician. Today, being a self-employed professional, and is currently earning between 15,000 to 20,000 Rand per month through that specific business of being able to repair cell phones. Another powerful example is that of Amos Baloyi at the bottom of the slide there, I think. Amos saved his money from this program, and during his time, he was able to launch his own lawn mowing business. He now earns approximately 8,000 Rand per month. And so, Honourable Chair, I think the beneficiaries and the work of the NYS is able to illustrate the transition opportunities and, of course, the kind of opportunities that can be scaled up when well coordinated through a whole of government and private sector approach and civil society-led approach as well. For the next section, Honourable Chair, I would like to welcome Mr. Walter Bango to take the committee through the performance report for the period under review. Then the other colleagues will follow suit on the other sections before we then close on the presentation for discussion. Mr. Bango?
Thanks, CEO. Thanks, Chairperson. I'm going to take you through and the committee members in terms of our performance as requested by the Portfolio Committee. So Chair, I'm not really going to regurgitate more. I think in the opening remarks of the Minister, together with the Chairperson of the NYDA Board and the CEO, they've alluded to the fact that if you look at the previous financial year, which is 2024-2025 of the NYDA, we have certainly achieved all the targets that we have set within the APP and in line with the strategic objectives of our 5-year plan. But also just to highlight, as requested by this committee, to say maybe what were the silent issues in terms of the quotas targets that we could not reach, and what were the mitigating factors. I think if you look at the slide there, particularly in Q3, we had target which was around the voucher program, which was not met during that quarter. But subsequent to that, by end of Q4, that target was subsequently achieved. Hence, all our KPIs, which equates to 29 targets within the APP, were met. Moving to the Q1 2025-2026, initially as of end of July, which is the first quarter, we were sitting at 4 KPIs. And also, as the Minister alluded to earlier on, that there was an increase in terms of the number of targets that were committed to the APP compared to the previous APP. But those targets that were not met as of end of July, which is the first quarter, management then took a bold decision, together also with the advice of the CEO, to say, look, we need to put some measures in place to ensure that we don't wait even for Q2 to actually mitigate and meet those targets. So as I speak to you right now, Chair, from the 4, 2 of those targets, which was around the grant target and the persons with disability that we supported in terms of entrepreneurship businesses, that target has been met. So today, the remaining targets that we had committed that we are going to meet the remaining targets by end of September. It's the other 2, which was around the voucher program and jobs sustained and jobs created. The reason for those 2 why they were not met, which of course we committing, Chair, that by end of September would have met all the targets. But those 2 were subsequent to the grant target, because the grant target is dependent on the jobs created and sustained target together with the voucher target. It's dependent on the grant target. If you don't meet the grant target, because when a young person applies for a grant, you had to demonstrate that 2 or more young people are going to be employed. I think part of some of the success stories that has been presented by the CEO. So once that does not come forth, or that target are not met, automatically it affects the other target. So, and this slide, I think it just a key highlights in terms of the key achievements, in terms of those specific programs that we implement within our programs. And also, I think what is key for us to be able to implement these programs, accessibility in terms of our branches and district offices. It's quite crucial, and we make sure that from time to time, when young people visit these branches, there is that particular access. So in terms of placements and job preparedness and life skills training, we also demonstrating that those targets that have been committed in the APP, for example, within placement, we're able to place about 21,000, over 21,000 young people. In terms of job preparedness, also we were able to place about over 21,000 again. In terms of life skills training, we also provided support over 26,000. Young persons with disabilities supported across all programs, 2,837. Young people with disabilities supported with non-financial and financial services. This includes MKL, which is a mentorship program and linkages, voucher and the grant funding. Young people with disabilities as well supported through the jobs placement program. It was around 438 young people with disabilities that created jobs through their businesses. I think we reported about 51, but I can safely say that right now, I think we we have about 52. Young people with disabilities supported with training opportunities. Again, here it was over 2,315. And in terms of entrepreneurship training, we trained over 34,000 young people in order to be able to manage their businesses. In terms of the NYS, which is also part of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, to scale up within that particular program. The NYS has provided over 84,000 service opportunities, making it the largest youth service program in South Africa. And that is part of, the linkage in terms of the medium-term development plan as committed also through our SONA initiatives. And these over 84,000 service opportunities, which is making it the largest youth service program in South Africa. Also an expectation that those young people that once they've been enrolled in this program or registered, the expectation is also to transition into other opportunities. And the program has effectively transitioned participants into employment opportunities. And some of those young people, they volunteer, participate in the program, and subsequent to that, they obtain skills. Well, in terms of the high demand, the NYS received over 549,000 applications with 33,000 opportunities, which is basically in this phase 4 NYS, which is going to start in this particular financial year. In terms of focus on growth sectors, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative targets priority growth areas with high employment potential for young people. Moving into the slides, Chair, I think I won't really go through the details, but just to outline that in terms of our APP or performance reporting on a quarterly basis, we have structured it according to our strategic priorities and programs. So within the APP, we've got 3 programs in terms of implementation. The first one is around administration, with a number of KPIs that we've committed there in terms of compliance, making sure that we submit our quarterly management reports. I mean, if you look at the slides, it indicates from quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, those targets were met, and also an indication on quarter 1 of 2025-2026, we had a target again around the compliance, which is the submission of quarterly management reports produced. Hence, we are presenting here today. And also in terms of the value of funds sourced from public and the private sectors to support the youth development programs, because we acknowledge that as the NYDA, we could not be in a position to can implement the work that we do without, well, of course, going into partnerships with some of the private sector or government entities that might be willing to partner with the NYDA. Number of CETA partnerships established, number of partnerships signed with technology companies. So these are some of the partnerships that we forged within the NYDA to actually provide support to young people. Again, I think this speaks to Program 2, which is which we call it PDDD, which is Program Design and Development and Deliver, which is the core program in terms of implementation, where you find, also big programs like your grant program. How do we ensure that we provide support to young people in terms of them starting their own businesses? So in terms of the number of youth and youth-owned enterprises supported with financial interventions, which is the grant program, you can see there, Chair, that's starting from quarter 2. We had achieved that target in terms of quarter 3 again and quarter 4, and then moving to quarter 1, 2025, 2026. This is the target that we could not achieve by end of quarter 1, which subsequent to the efforts that management has put during the month of August. Now this target, it's sitting over 500 because we had a target of 500 for the quarter. So now this target, as we speak, Chair, has been met and exceeded. Number of youth supported with non-financial business development interventions. This is mainly on the training side, because a young person before can receive a grant, we need to make sure that we capacitate, we train those young people so that the businesses become sustainable and they do not fail. So we do quite a number of trainings to ensure that these young people, they are capacitated to run their businesses. So in that regard, in terms of the non-financial target, quarter 2, 3, 4, those targets were met. And then moving to quarter 1, again, this target was met in terms of the non-financial business development interventions. And then I think this slide as well, Chair, it's quite critical, as also requested in the previous portfolio committee, that as the NYDA, we need to begin to show which sectors that these young people participate. And in terms of gender and persons with disability, how many of those young people that we've supported and where are they coming from? And what also even other supports that we continue to provide. But over and above, also the provincial breakdown. What are those figures, numbers in terms of those young people coming from those different provinces? I think just to start with the grant, the sectors where these young people are showing interest, I think the highest sector there, you can see it's around services where you find, your saloon, your car wash, and etc. I think there's quite interest. A lot of young people are showing, approaching NYDA on a daily basis that they would really want to get support from NYDA so that they can receive support in terms of financing. But also in the area of farming, I think there's quite a number of young people that would like to start their own small-scale farming, which normally is called food subsistence farming, where these young people, some they farm to sell, some they farm to eat. But to some extent, there is a huge number that on a quarterly basis, it keeps on showing that these young people really wants to. And also looking at manufacturing as well, you can see they were sitting at 248. And you can also see as a comparison, Chair, the lowest here, it was around fashion. I think maybe it's because the technicalities that also these young people in terms of the equipment. But when these figures come like this at the NYDA, we interrogate them from quarter to quarter and even try to see how the NYDA can provide, that a lending hand or support so that in these areas as well that are not doing well, what support that we can put in place to support. I think this is also a graphical illustration in terms of the non-financial support in terms of gender and persons with disability. We had more males here in terms of, compared to females. I think males were sitting at over 26,000. We had more females than males. Females are sitting at over 31,000, males over 26,000. And in terms of persons with disability, we had about 1,353, which I think if you compare to the previous performance in the previous years, I think the young people are beginning to show and beginning to understand that, as the NYDA, we also want to ensure that there's inclusivity in our program, but through also our outreach programs that we do from different sectors of our branches. There's that advocacy and engagement with young persons within the disability area, that they must come and uptake some of these programs that we've got within the NYDA. So I think still within operations, we had also committed number of jobs created and sustained through the supporting entrepreneurs and enterprises. This is also one of the critical area in terms of how we provide support to young people to access job opportunities. Well, of course, with the partnerships that we've got in place. Quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we had achieved. Moving to quarter 1, we had a target of 800. And then I think this is one of the targets that I've alluded to earlier on in terms of the jobs created and sustained. But, well, of course, within quarter 1 of this financial year, which we could not achieve. And the reason for that, I think I've alluded to say if you do not achieve the grant target and the voucher target subsequently, it affects this number of jobs created and sustained. But what we are doing as the entity, we have also forged a partnership with Facet, which is one of the sitters that we partner in terms of youth development within the NYDA. And that partnership has already commenced, and in implementation, it has already started from the month of August, targeting about 800 young people, and this will sustain the 800 jobs for the voucher program, the grant program pipeline at finance, which has already been submitted for payment, will add up to 402, making the total year to date achieved 632. So this plan, it's a plan for catch-up, what we have put in place to ensure that come the end of Q2, which is end of September, this target is going to be met with these particular interventions or remedial actions that we've put in place. Number of business development support services offered to young people. Again, this is that voucher target, which is part of the two targets that could not be met. But I think Q2, 3, and 4 of the previous financial year, that target has been met. The one that was affected was only Q1 of this financial year, which again, we have put those measures in place, as I've alluded to earlier on, to make sure that by end of September, this target is being met. Number of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market. This target was met in the previous financial year in all the quarters. And again, in this financial year, in Q1, we had a target of 45,000, and we're sitting at over 10,000. And this target has subsequently been exceeded. And then number of young people placed in jobs. This is also one of the critical programs. How does the NYDA assist young people to get job opportunities, where there's placement, where there's opportunities from the private sector, because that's also one area that we've committed ourselves to work with those organizations within the private sector to create job opportunities for young people. I think in terms of Q1 for this financial year, on the grant target, as you can see there, number of youth-owned enterprises living with disabilities supported with financial interventions. I think I've alluded to this one, is the one that by end of August, already this target has been met. I think we're sitting at over 50, because we're at a target of 50. Number of young people trained on short technical skills. This is also one of the new targets in this current APP, to access job opportunities. The program launched and enrolled about 80 young people during the month of June through a partnership with AgriSeta for young people to be trained in animal production. And I think this is also one of the demonstrations from the NYDA to say we also taking this sector of agriculture very serious. Number of young persons with disability capacitated with training on jobs, because we know that it's not only that the young persons with disability, they're only looking for grant, but there are some that really they are looking for skills that the NYDA can provide, because some of them are graduates. We prepare them, for the working space. I think moving on to the next slide, I think this one is more on the National Youth Service Program. We had committed a target around a number of government departments implementing NYS programs in the partnerships. We're in partnership with the NYDA, looking at Q2, 3, 4, all those targets were met. Looking at Q1 of this financial year, we had also met that target. Number of young people securing paid service opportunities. This is within the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. You can see, Chair, there that in the previous financial year, we had a target of 20,000. And as I speak to you right now, in this financial year, that target has doubled to 40,000 mainly because of a lot of young people have shown interest in this particular program of the National Youth Service Program, in particular the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, to come and volunteer with the NYDA, and subsequent to that, they will also attain skills. And looking at quarter one, which is the 40,000, we had committed, I think it was a target of about 5,000, and we've achieved that target, and this target was met and exceeded due to the overwhelming interest in the NYS program. Partners which recruited more young people into the program, contributing to the number of participants securing paid service for the period under review. Number of NYS outreach activities coordinated to NYS as well. The target we had achieved with a target of 2, and that target was met. Number of young people who have completed planned service activities. Number of young people transitioning out of the National Youth Service Programs. In the previous financial year, those targets have been met. But in this current financial year, looking at quarter one, this target are due in quarter 4. Number of government departments and organizations capacitated to implement NYS. This target, we had a target of 50. That target was met in the previous financial year in all those quarters. Looking at quarter one of this financial year, number of government departments and organizations capacitated to implement NYS with a target of 2, and that target was met. I think moving to the last program in terms of our program reporting, which is the Integrated Youth Development, which is program 3. Number of impact program evaluations conducted, I think you can see there in the previous financial year, we had about 6. And looking at quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, subsequently, if you look at quarter 4, the number increased, and all those targets have been met. In this financial year, we've targeted about 7, because we also taking the issue of conducting impact in the work that we do very important. This target is due quarter 2. Produce annual report on integrated youth development strategy, National Youth Service, and the disability strategy. If you look at the previous financial year, these reports, they all have been produced, but we do not just produce them, but at the same time, we also share, some of these success stories to young people themselves. Looking at quarter 1 of this financial year in terms of that target, this target is planned for quarter 4. Number of youth status outlook reports produced. Looking at the previous financial year, that target was also met. Number of youth status outlook reports looking at this quarter, which is quarter 1, 2025, 2026, that target was achieved. Developing a youth research report in the country. That was also met in the previous financial year, but looking in this particular financial year is due in quarter 4. Again, we had also taken that bold step, Chair, to say we are going to review and approve and make sure that we have a disability strategy. I think I won't really go into details to that. The work is underway. We're going to conclude that plan by end of September and make sure that these young people, the inclusion, it's taken to another level. We're also going to develop and approve the rural strategy on youth empowerment. And this is also part of our 5-year plan that we presented before this committee. That I think as management and the board, as management and the board, as the board overview presentation also alluded to the rural plan, that we are going to make sure that we provide support to quite a number of young people also coming from the rural areas, given the fact that they are marginalized in terms of access of services. I think this is the last part of the request in terms of the presentation, which is the BRR. So we have also attached time frames. I think we have requested that we need to present these 2 or 3 slides in terms of the budget review recommendations. But also, Chair, what we did, we also looked into the visit by the portfolio committee when you visited in KZN early this year. Some of the recommendations that you made to us, like issues around, aftercare, post-divestment, that when a grant is being issued, there are follow-through processes that we take on course and make sure that that is being implemented. I think the first one, the committee appreciated the NYDA having 43 centers across the country, but expressed that the agency needs to advise on how young people outside of the parameters of these offices are assisted. Furthermore, the committee requested that a detailed report of the outreach vehicles providing cost and location of these vehicles. I think subsequent to that, Chair, as you also presented in the past, we had submitted that report as requested by the committee. And there's also a work in progress, Chair, here where we also meeting with KZN, which that meeting is going to sit during this quarter in terms of partnerships, because we also engage with them. They also have a number of cars for outreach purposes, where we felt that as they also engaging young people within the area, amongst those different district areas, maybe perhaps you can partner with them with the number of vehicles that have got in that area and work together with the NYDA. The committee also requested that the NYDA to work on a rural development strategy. I think I've already alluded to that. Final draft will be available end of September. The committee noted with concern that the amount awarded to young entrepreneurs it's insufficient to start or grow their business. The committee sought clarity about what the NYDA had done to ensure that the provincial government was supporting the funding to youth entrepreneurs. The agency has since been engaging various premiers, offices of the premiers, departments and municipalities to match what the NYDA will have budgeted to spend in the specific province. This has yielded positive results in provinces such as Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Free State, and KZN being able to raise funds towards the grant program. We therefore will continue to pursue other provinces to support this particular initiative. The committee was also impressed with the businesses visited in KZN that were supported by the NYDA and emphasized that the beneficiaries need mentors, which they identified as something lacking as they interacted with the beneficiaries. The committee further stated that the existing arrangement for volunteer mentors is not sustainable. And this is also one area that we are reviewing, and we are going to make sure that it becomes sustainable. We're also going to conduct benchmarking exercise and ensure that as we move to our quarter two, this area is actually addressed. The committee also encouraged the NYDA to collaborate with organizations for persons with disabilities and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to co-create tailored entrepreneurship and skills program. The NYDA set aside a target for persons with disability, allowing the NYDA to forge partnerships with organizations to persons with disability. I think we are going to do more work, Chair, as I've also reported, in terms of the target on entrepreneurship for grants, that we have since met that target, but also even capacitate them in the other service offerings that the NYDA does. We will continue to monitor and ensure that as management, this is being monitored closely and being implemented. I think the last part of the BRR report, the committee raised a concern about outreach activities that the agencies implemented specifically in Mpumalanga and KZN, undertaken in Likwa, local municipality, and Kanaland, respectively. The agency ensures that outreach activities are followed by assessing and profiling young people to provide relevant activities according to different needs, and this process will be followed post the activities. The committee requested that the NYDA should provide disaggregated data on beneficiaries, including gender, race, disability, and geographic location, including rural areas. The NYDA will be submitting a detailed report, disaggregated data, and ensure that further submissions reflect on this information requested. And we'll also ensure, Chair, that as and when we submit even our quarterly reports, these demographics deeply we show where are actually these young people coming from. It was also recommended that we need to establish structural agreements with municipalities, provincial departments, and relevant entities to align youth programs with local development plans and avoid duplication where necessary. The NYDA, through the Integrated Youth Development Strategy and recent deliberation conversations, we have also forged a partnership with DPME because we felt that the NYDA alone cannot do this work. We needed to partner with DPME because we know that DPME is in the center of coordinating government work as a whole. They recently partnered with us and see how we can encourage and forge this partnership with other government entities to ensure that youth development within its budget that is being allocated is being implemented. There is that continuous collaboration with municipalities and local government, which is also existing for the purpose of program implementation, not limited to NYDA products and services, but also aligned to IDPs of those municipalities. Targets will be set against what would have been agreed and implemented for that particular financial year. Just to give an example, like there is this program in Tamaga, I think it's in Limpopo, has prioritized enterprise development and funding for entrepreneurs, which they have set aside R1 million towards funding youth business. We are also pursuing with other municipalities as well. So this is also to demonstrate that in the work that we do, we keep on, put much more effort in terms of partnerships. The NYDA should perform migration of information from old system to the new system and ensure that all the information specifically relating to the payables. I think this also speaks to the previous audit results. The legacy financial system was reactivated. No data migration was performed during the period under review, and the work performed for payables listing in the legacy financial system is under audit by Auditor General. Hence, in terms of the time frame, we are working tirelessly to ensure that the overall system upgrade and possible data migration, which is expected to take approximately 3 months, inclusive of technical configuration, testing, and user testing, it's going to be conducted. Senior officials and internal audit structures should enhance their review process to enhance the quality and credibility of financial statements and performance reports. I think from the previous presentation, Chair, it has been alluded that we were able to, submit our draft financial statements to AG. An assurance review will be conducted by an appointed internal audit and submission of the financial statement for audit purposes. I think that was alluded to earlier on. Key vacant positions at the NYDA should be filled to create stability in this current financial year. I think management is working tirelessly on that to make sure that all those critical positions are being prioritized and filled. Audit action plan, the NYDA should develop an audit action plan that relates to the recommendations made by Auditor General, and the audit action plan and progress is included as part of the narrative report that we have submitted before this portfolio committee. And it is reported quarterly to the Audit and Risk Committee and monitored quarterly. The NYDA should provide quarterly progress reports on the implementation of its audit action plan. The status of the audit process is reported to governance structures on a quarterly basis. The NYDA should provide a quarterly update on the filling of vacancies. Critical positions should be filled as a matter of urgency. The NYDA will ensure that this report is submitted on a quarterly basis to the committee and as and when is requested. Chair, I think my presentation in terms of the non-financial performance information, I will stop here and then hand it back to the CEO. I think the head of HR will take us through just about 2 slides.
Thank you, Chairperson. So in terms of the overview of our organizational structure, so this is in line with our employment equity targets. Looking at Q2 to Q4 of 2024-2025, we had a total in terms of the breakdown of race, gender, and persons with disabilities. There was a total of 149 African male, a total of 6 colored male, 1 Indian male, and white male. Then under female breakdown, there was a total of 282 African females, a total of 10 colored females, 1 Indian, and we were sitting at 0 in terms of representation of white females. So the total number there was 450. And then I'll move over to the next one, Chair, just to highlight the staff movement under the quarter, looking at the quarter under review. So during the quarter, we had 22 resignations, 2 dismissals. Those dismissals were related to misconduct. It's misconduct related to insubordination, dereliction of duty, or absenteeism and dishonesty. And we had a total number of 11 contracts that actually expired during the period under review. So the total number of terminations were sitting at 36. And during the period again, we did have 4 employees that were on suspension. On the last slide, Chair, is quarter 1, 2025-2026. The vacancy rate was sitting at 13.3%, which is over 10%. Then in terms of the total number of positions that were filled were 459. But I must mention, Chair, that when the new board was appointed, we were asked to give a status report in terms of filling the positions. And there is a project plan that has been submitted, which comprises of 3 phases. The first phase of the positions that were advertised last week, it's an internship program of a total of 40 opportunities that are available within NYDA. The second phase, Chair, was the advertisement that went through or was published this morning with a total number of 30 positions that were advertised. So there is a project plan that has been presented and approved by the board, and we will be filling in those positions. So when we come to report for the second quarter and the third quarter, the vacancy rates will have been addressed. Over and above that, Chair, in terms of persons living with disability, we were sitting at a total of 8, representing with a 1.7%. Can I mention, Chair, that we have made some improvement in this regards? There are 3 candidates that have been appointed. They will be starting on the 8th of September 2025 on Monday. One will be based in KZN. So these are persons with disabilities. One is based in KZN, the other one is in Northwest, and the last one is in Bloemfontein. So in terms of the total, sorry, Chair, I don't know what happened to my laptop. And I can't see from there. Oh, okay, sorry, it has come back. Then the number of positions on the structure, it's a total of 600. And in terms of the breakdown, Chair, it's 159 male and 299. I'll stop here, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think the next part is the finance part of the presentation, which will hand over to the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Pango. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I am going to just focus, Chair, on slide 35 and 36, mainly speaking to the performance from our donor funding element, which is a critical self-funding leg of the agency. It enables the agency to bolster the financial capacity over and above the tranche in partnership with different state-owned agencies, CETAs, and it enables then us to meet the demand of the products and services of the NYDA that we currently have towards the young people. At the end of the financial year, as the chairperson of the ARC mentioned, our annual financial statements are with the Auditor General. We are progressing with auditing. However, these figures would, of course, be the unaudited. But from a donor funding perspective, we were able to materialize just over 92 million rand for the financial year. It was a bit under what we had budgeted, which was above 100 million. But the good news is, you would see, Chair, on slide 36, the pipeline at that time that was still in negotiation in quarter 4 or was still in implementation phase in Q4, the agency was able to close off. I am on slide 36. That then brings us to the first quarter of the financial year we're in. We started off, Chair, with a budget of 83.4 million at the budget time, which was quite a conservative figure. It was a decline. It was an area of concern from this committee that our donor funding expectations for the new financial year are actually lower than the prior financial year. But the agency did extend all the efforts to conclude partnerships worth 80 million rand in the first quarter. That therefore takes us our annual target towards donor funding income to 164 million for this financial year. Now, in terms of just the cash flow and how it works is we do have partnerships that pay the agency upfront in order for us to implement. We do have partnerships that are structured for us to first spend, then run a recovery model. And we also do have some that pay the NYDA according to different milestones as per the MOU. So we have received about 11% of this 164 million to date. We have then spent about 6% of it. This then, the trajectory and the trend will mature as we go into core implementation of these projects to ensure that by the end of the financial year, similarly to the last financial year, we are able to have spent the 164 million in the different phases of the projects, and of course towards the different nature of expenditures which are outlined in the MOU. Thank you, Chair.
Are you done?
Apologies for that. So this slide is about the rural strategy and the youth with persons with disability. I think has already been alluded to say all those plans by end of September, they will be in place in terms of what we'd like to do by providing support to young people across all provinces. So the last part of the presentation, it's around governance, oversight, and the work of the previous board. So I think we'll request the COSEC, who works with the previous board, to take us through the last slides of the presentation.
Thank you. Just good morning again. I'll just do an overview of what we submitted without going into detail. So we've divided the oversight that the board did into 3 sections. The first one being the governance side, which deals mostly with what is required in terms of legislation and the regulations. So these are all the governance work that they needed to conduct within the different quarters in their respective board meetings that they set in. So it includes all the legislative requirements, the compliance requirements, and as well as employment equity requirements, as well as internal policies that make working within the organization to be effective. Next slide. Then this section deals with the partnerships that they engaged in, which are detailed in the reports that were given prior by the colleagues from Q1 to Q4. So we've outlined the partnerships that they engaged in and the quantums of each of those partnerships. And let's slide. Then this is the international relations work that was conducted as well from the previous board in terms of engagements that they conducted and the engagements that they were part of. And the details of that as well was included in the Q1 to Q4 reports that were presented. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that takes us to the end of our presentation. But I think what I would want to emphasize on, Chair, is the fact that as an agency, we, on areas where we've less performed, we've prepared documentation, not for us just to speak, but also be able to put it into writing on the plans that we have to improve on our performance and in areas where we are not doing quite well. So we have a plan in place. I think Mr. Pango did allude on the catch-up plans that we have in us meeting our targets and other areas. I think he also forgot maybe to mention that as a board, we have started an initiative to ensure that we improve in terms of the time that we take to process our grants. I think honorable members will see maybe on social media that many a times young people say, I've applied for grant over this particular time, I've not gotten any response. So as a board, we've taken that initiative to see how we can turn around times in us improving our responses towards young people that have applied for our grant. So in essence, this is what we have prepared as an agency. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Executive Chairperson. I just want to say, I think when you did the corrections on the presentation, I think this final one didn't reach us. I think there's 1 or 2 slides missing. So just resend it to us, please, if you don't mind. Okay, honourable members, it is now your opportunity. I can see the hands are going up. Okay, I think we'll work it in this way. Well, Honourable Whip, you'll be the first person. Honourable Shabang, second. Honourable
I have a
Tsoteti.
proposal.
Yes.
This is a new board. I'm sure everyone wants to have a bite. Perhaps we must just go.
Yes, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to start here. It will be number 1, number 2, number 3. Honourable Lonzi is number 4. Honourable Kanile, number 5, 6, 7, 8, and we'll end off with Doc. Over to you, Whip.
There we go. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I would like to start off by appreciating the presentation that has been given to us, also the overview, but I think in the presentation, what one then appreciates is the intent and also the strategies that have been put in place in terms of rectifying where perhaps the board and the institution as an organization was unable to meet its targets. My first question would be, in terms of the 2 targets that were not met, what are the interventions that have been put in place or will be put in place in order for those targets to be met? And what is the reason behind not meeting those targets in terms of interference? I know that it was alluded to in the presentation that was made now, but I think if we can get a better explanation, more expanded explanation of that, but also ultimately what is the intervention plan or strategy going forward that would assist you with having the ability to meet all the targets that you will be then setting in the future. My second question would be around the investment. So that would be investment and partnership outside of government. What does that formula or that matrix look like? Is there a particular formula that has been applied for how you then engage with the private sector for their investment? And also, what are the benefits that are put before, or is it as per stakeholder that you engage with, that you will put a particular structured agreement, MOU, contract, whatever it may be, agreement in place? The third question would then be around really understanding the government, let me say, I'll say intergovernmental partnerships. And I think one would want to really see what are those partnerships that are already in existence and the ones that are in the pipeline. Looking at the program, one of the programs you spoke about within the agricultural sector, so that you do not find that NYDA is putting as part of their targets or programs work that should be done by another department, where we can have better collaboration and alleviate some of the resource and financial responsibility from the agency and actually apply it to the relevant department, and NYDA perhaps comes in as the implementing partner. What are those partnerships? What are those departments that you've already identified? Also, in terms of sectors, my question would be in terms of sector identification and also targets that are met. for funding and creating employment opportunities, training, etc. How do you put those targets in terms of percentage or number of beneficiaries? One would be interested in finding out on that. The second to last would be in terms of your evaluation and monitoring strategy or plan. What does that look like in terms of the formula for aftercare for your beneficiaries, and also to measure your impact in terms of the programs, the collaborations, the partnerships, and also the beneficiaries? What type of impact evaluation template or formula are you going to utilize or has been historically utilized, and does it need any upgrading and revitalizing if it does exist? My last question, obviously, I have to ask this question, and yes, it's not necessarily based on the presentation, but I know that it is a topic of discussion. I think what is important for us to really understand from yourselves as the NYDA is your private partnerships, and one would want to then refer to one with the Scorpion King concert that then took place. What is the formula or the matrix that you are looking to apply on that, so that we have an understanding and appreciation of future and any other plans of private sector collaborations? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shwango.
Thank you, Chairperson. And is it still a good morning? Is it still a good morning to
Yes.
to all the members in the platform, and good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Chair, you have already indicated that maybe we must not be coming up with questions because it's a new board. So I would like to limit my questions. It will be comments and clarity-seeking questions. Chairperson already advocated for you, the NYDA, that we must be softer. So it's the first
I can be
meeting.
overruled at any time.
Yeah, Chair, you were very biased, but let's leave it there. Okay, we appreciate the presentation made to us by the new board of the NYDA, and you are warmly welcome. And as the members of this committee, and having sat in this room to interview these members of the NYDA board, we hope we will not be, I want to echo the words of the chairperson, that we will not be disappointed. We will not one day say, what have we done to ourselves? Because we know where we are coming from. You spoke of partnership with different stakeholders, and you were very big on inclusiveness. And we want to appreciate this partnership, especially the partnership with NSFAS, which is mainly for young people who are looking at furthering their education. But with all these partnerships that you are talking about on the stakeholders, I'm a bit worried that I don't hear it's partnership, but I'm coming from a very rural area, Nkomazi. I go to Mbuzini, which is the border of Mozambique. I stay in Chapis Reef, which is the border of Swaziland. I'm 5 kilometers to the border gate of Swaziland, very rural. And why I'm raising this is because from where we are coming from, we've been receiving complaints, concerns that your branches or your provinces, your offices in the provinces, they are not accessible to the rural areas. And in the current era, we are talking of the fourth industrial revolution. I don't get, how do I put this? Partnering with these stakeholders, I think I would suggest that the board must also look into how to improve network in the rural areas. It's a big challenge. If I'm at home, I have to drive about 10 kilometers to be where I will have good network for visual meetings. So I can imagine a young girl, a disabled person, right in the rural of Mbuzini and getting network. It's a big challenge and it's known. So I would really suggest that with this partnership that we have, we maybe look into that. I know that is not only Mengomas, I'm just talking on behalf of the rural areas. And I really want to emphasize, your branches, your offices, they're not accessible. So that is one thing that we need to look at to make sure that everybody, as you are talking of inclusiveness, is good. The strategies, they are very innovative that you are presenting here. But until they are implemented, it's then that we will say we are getting there. And also my other comment is that the analysis of the previous report, as you were presenting here, you have achieved. There are some areas they were not achieved, but the Honorable Adonis has talked to that. But I want to suggest that you look at those previous reports, learn lessons from them. I don't want to ask you, why was there over-expenditure? Why was this not achieved? I would want to suggest to the board that you look at those reports and draw the lessons and improve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tuteti.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to the new board members and everybody else in the room. Chair, we welcome the new board. We are not going to welcome you like the new SRC and we are campus management that we clap for you, no. We're going to welcome you in the tone that suggests that you are soldiers assigned to the task of resolving problems of young people of this country. And we wish you well in your endeavor of doing that. Like Mamfisan, I'm not going to take interest much into questioning the contents of the report from previous quarters and all. I just want to emphasize few issues that I will have raised with the previous board. Unfortunately, it was at the point when they were exiting. I do emphasize them because now I'm raising them with a board that is just about to go to its strat plan. What is always troubling me about how the NYDA conduct its business is that it insists in condemning South African youth into inferior participants within the economy of their own country. We do welcome beneficiaries of your programs and so forth. But if you look at the bracket, we're speaking about people who are funded 50,000. Well, that's good, but I would say that's good, that's not good enough. And I don't say that with a hope that the NYDA will perhaps increase the funding to young people. You don't have money to fund young people. You are not an entity designed to fund young people. But what I at least expect of the NYDA is that it upscales its capacity to advocate for the interest of young people, particularly in the economic space. What do I mean? I've been looking at your partnerships. I don't get a lot of hunger on your part to create partnerships with entities whose mandate is to transform the economic picture of South African economy. For instance, I would say, why would the NYDA not, why is it that we don't get the sense that the NYDA has approached entities like the National Empowerment Fund? What is the NYDA thinking about the program of developing black industrialists? What is the view of the NYDA about the special economic zones and the inclusion of young people in the industries and economic activities that are found in those areas? Because I think those are the areas that would then pitch young people into a larger scale of participation in the economy. Because they want that. And that. Young people want money. And young people are able to make this money. What they've not been able to access sufficiently are the opportunities and the platform for them to make this money. And I think that the NYDA must be able to participate in unlocking that and enabling young people to then, I will make you just a small example, you know. I come from a province, the Northwest Province. There's infrastructure there that is closing, that is closed for, it's no longer working. You go to Vryburg, there was the whole industrial site which was conducting agro-processing, converting beef into various other products. It's not working. And the infrastructure is just lying fallow, it's getting destroyed. That is an example, but you have many other areas that are like that. In our partnerships, partnerships I've seen you have with some of the municipalities and other provincial government, are we really saying to this entities of government or these municipalities, are we really asking them, what are you doing with this infrastructure? And how can we ensure that young people take advantage of this so that they can be able to conduct some economic activities and employ other young people? So I'm saying that it's important that the NYDA begins to, or let me put it in this way, I hope that you as the new board will not place your entire focus in redoing things that have been done all along. We're not going to remember you if you do that. Because you will not have really shaken now, just the last point, Chair. So young people obviously do participate in various other aspects beside this one of small empowerments that we are seeing and so forth. You do have young people who want to be assisted in as far as sporting facilities is concerned. You do have young people who want to explore other avenues that are unrelated to the funding and economic empowerment that we have been exposed to. I don't see a reason why the NYDA seemingly regards itself as an entity restricted from assisting young people with those. The SIU is dealing with the National Lottery. One of the things that comes out is the skewed manner in which the National Lottery has been funding either NPOs and so forth, or even entities that would, normally municipalities, they normally fund these people to build sporting facilities and so forth. But that is in a very skewed manner. How do we, in our conceptualization of empowerment of young people in the rural areas, incorporate an element of sports and jealously guarding that any public intervention that is aimed at alleviating the conditions of these young people placed in those rural areas is not done in a skewed way? Why is it something that is unimaginable for a young person in the PCD Sule Young to be assisted with their ambition to be best swimmers in South Africa? And how do we get the NYDA to be part of entities that will then see that program to an end? I don't know why you're impatient, Chair. Now, let me wrap and leave it there. Like I said, I'm not going to enter into the presentations that is said. Thank you very much.
I see you've become an expert on my body language, because when I move in my chair, then you've got something to say, even on the Zoom. No, I think we need to start the third term in a better way. No, you are out of order. No, we all need an opportunity to speak. And I always allow you ample time, and then you always attack the chairperson like that.
No, if you feel attacked, I'm sorry, Chair.
Apology accepted. Honourable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. Want to take this opportunity to congratulate the newly appointed board of the NYDA, the appointed chair, the deputy chair, and all the board members. I think you did say, Chair, I'm sure they've hardly finished a month, or they've just finished a month. So it's a fairly new board. So won't have much really to speak to, just a few points that we'd like to cover. But we must send a warning to the new board chair that we're going to be watching them very closely, as we've done with many people in many interactions that we have. We hope that they have joined with the right intentions to develop the youth of South Africa. And we hope that they will be able to withstand the many pressures from politically interested individuals who have in the past wanted to use the NYDA to steal money that is meant to develop young people and redirect that money towards activities of their political parties and organizations. So it's still a honeymoon phase. I hope it's going to stay like this. Even my voice is softer. So we hope that we're not going to have issues. Just to start on, I'd be very interested for especially in the executive management, be it the CEO, the CFO, the directors, to explain to me this program of the NYS. Particularly how, like at an administrative level. I think a lot of young people in South Africa don't actually understand what it does, how it does it, and those who would be interested to participate, where they can actually participate. So I think I'd be interested in trying to get a greater understanding on how that works, and also how do you track the impact? Because, and maybe you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, in my understanding, you get a budget from the presidency through the years or the employment scheme or something like that, and then you appoint administrators in the form of NPOs, who must then go and recruit young people to either participate as support staff or teachers, and place them. So my question would be, I mean, how does that process work? But also, do we need the NPOs to go and recruit people to form part of this program? Or is this not something that the NYDA building internal capacity to be able to do it? Because that's where the stealing starts. We know these things. Government gives you 5,000 rand for every young person as a stipend, but because you've got this middleman, you've got this NPO whose job really is not to do anything. They then charge you a service fee of 2,000 or of 1,000. And then they give these teachers' assistants 4,000 or 3,500. And then when you try to check what is this 1,000 for that we're paying to these people, you can't really trace it. That's how they are stealing money at NSFAS. They've got 4 companies that are used to pay monies to landlords and to students. And then the question we ask them is, why don't you just pay these people directly? Because already you should have their database. I want to believe the NYDA should have a list of these odd, I think you said 40,000 or something like that, people who are currently going through the NYS. And you'll find that if you cut out the middleman, you are actually going to have access to more money so that you're able to onboard more young people. But like I said, I don't understand it, so maybe a CEO, you'll take me into confidence and the many young people in South Africa. The other thing I wanted to speak to on slide 16 on your grant sectors and all of that, I don't think we must celebrate this thing that we're giving salons and car wash a lot of money. When we've actually have so many intelligent young people in South Africa who are coming up with so many innovative and modern technical ideas that are driving innovation and that are also aligned with the global standards in terms of the science and technology and the direction that the world is taking. Like, you can't have an NYDA that is supposed to be led by young people who are dynamic, that is celebrating that in our grants, the biggest beneficiaries is car wash and salon. I'm sure when the youth in China listen to that, we become a laughing stock. Like, really? That's what you came up with? Like, you give the car wash grants, and then you celebrate that as something that must be. So, please, I think we really need to move away from that. There are young people in farming. I see here, this is good. There are young people in manufacturing. There are young people in construction. There are young people in engineering, young people in health, young people in tech. Let's try to move away from that archaic way of doing things, which, by the way, is also another way of stealing. because half of these car washes that are receiving money from the NYDA are either non-operational. And I don't remember the last time I saw a young South African running a salon. You may prove me wrong, I don't remember. This morning I just came from cutting my hair. Because it was early, I had to look for a number of barbers. I can tell you now, out of the 4 or 5 that I tried to knock in, I didn't find a young South African who was cutting hair or doing hair. So even as a salon in Asfanda, really, I think it's questionable. But again, this is not for the new board. It's a legacy thing that I want you guys to really look into. The second last point that I'll want to make is that I agree with the sentiments of the former speakers. We need to try and, by all means, to make the NYDA more accessible, especially in your rural and township communities. You see, you're going to operate in a very difficult environment as a new board because there's a huge trust deficit between the NYDA and the people of South Africa in general. And you can't blame them because there's history to prove that. Like, people just don't trust you. Chair, I mean, you just entered office, you have not done anything wrong, already we don't trust you. Because we have a history with the NYDA and how the NYDA has been used when it comes to appointments to certain posts. People put their friends, people put their comrades, people put their family members. So you must appreciate that you then have to work extra hard, not just to democratize it and be seen to be opening up, but you must be seen to be doing it as well. So it's not enough to simply say, no, but we open up, we advertise, we do all of this, we try to make this thing. Like, you must take a deliberate decision that you must be seen to be opening up the NYDA to ordinary young people who are not politically connected, who are not ANC, who are not EFF, who are not any, just ordinary young people in our communities that would like to seek support from the NYDA. And the last point, because the chair, it was not in my notes, but you mentioned it, so I thought I may as well bring it up. So I think the big issue that South Africans had with the Scorpion Kings partnership was not necessarily the partnership itself, but the issue they have, number one, of course, is that they are not sure how the people who participated would have participated in that program. And again, that's an offshoot of the trust deficit that you have lost as an entity over the years. Not necessarily you guys as individuals. Already, if you come out and say, we've got 50 people that we've given 50,000 or whatever, already the assumption is that you have given that money to your friends. So there's that trust problem. So when I say you must be seen to be, it means you must go the extra mile in demonstrating some form of transparency and accountability every time you do these things. But secondly, the other thing is that they perceive you to wanting to be aligning yourself with big brands and big enterprises and big events, when you should actually be taking Scorpion King's minds to the villages. We don't have a problem with the NYDA partnering with DJ Maporisa or DJ Kabza. Those are legends in the industry. And we do also believe that you guys must play a role in the creative arts. But as opposed to wanting to opportunistically jumping on the bandwagon, you take those minds, you take those expertise, and then you take them to Limpopo, you take them to the villages in KZN, you take them to Eastern Cape, you take them to Alex. I'm sure no one, it's not that, because now it's like we don't like Amapiano, we like Amapiano. Unfortunately, we couldn't attend, but we would have loved to attend. But I don't think people have a problem with NYDA assisting. But if the narrative had been, we went into Tembisa somewhere, we found a group of 5 or 10 boys who don't have a studio, they don't have headphones, they don't have CDJs or whatever, and then we went inside there and we tried to assist them with tools of trade. I think that is a much stronger message than wanting to jump on the big partnerships. Of course, the big partnerships are very important because that's likely where the capital is going to flow from, brands and all of that. But the point that we want to make, when you clarify to us, CEO, what was that about and what it entailed and how did you go about in doing it? I think the main message here is that let us go and empower these forgotten young people who are not in the mainstream, and then let's try to bring them in the mainstream. And then if we've got a relationship with people who are influential in the mainstream, let us try to capitalize on our relationship. If you've got the phone number of DJ Maporisa, comrade CEO, call Maporisa and say, hey, Muna, there are some Likompo artists in Limpopo. They would love if you could come in and, run a workshop with them and then we support it and all of that. As opposed to wanting to be seen to join the bandwagon because it's a big event and all of that. So I think I'll hold it there, Chair. But yeah, so please clarify that point for me. And then also the issue of the NYS. Thank you,
Honourable Lonzi. I think when you clarify the point around the National Youth Service, as Honourable Lonzi had raised, we would really like to understand how many government departments, national and provincial, and entities participated in 2024-2025, because it seems like there's a lackluster participation from government, whereas there seems to be more interest from the private sector. If you can just clarify that for us. Honourable Kanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also want to take this opportunity and welcome the newly appointed board. And in the words of the Chairperson, we have put our trust in you, and we are hoping that you're not going to let us down. And you have our full support. We are going to walk this road with you. With that being said, Chairperson, I welcome also the presentations. I just want to go to the slide where the agency was mentioning the success stories. They were inspiring. However, I've noticed that mostly they have only indicated the provinces where these young people may be located. In future, I'll appreciate it if we can be given the specific areas, maybe the name of the town, so that we can have an idea of where exactly you have been. I think one of the reasons I'm raising this, one of the members have mentioned the issue of the rural areas. I remember some of you all, during the interviews, you did indicate that you'll want to reach out to the rural areas and would want to see that being reflected in your presentations. And I've also noticed, I think it was yesterday or a few days ago, CEO, you launched in Soweto something called YOMO. I just want to find out if this YOMO is going to be rolled out to other provinces, to other towns as well. And what is the method of communication are you using to ensure that each and every young person within our country get to know about this initiative? The issue of mentoring was touched on as one of the issues that we have recommended as a portfolio. I just want to reiterate that I was happy with what I have seen there, but I just want to reiterate because when we went for an oversight in March in KZN, we met young people that were displaying their products. There was this one young woman who was, I think, selling, skin products. Yeah, she indicated that she has received the funding, but she's not even able to run the business. She does not even know what she's doing. So she would need more mentorship. I think more will need to be done with regards to that, so that we can ensure that these young people, they run successful businesses and they're able to hire more young ones, like I think it's the young lady in the Bushbuck Ridge. And I understand that you were not here in March. However, I do understand. I believe that in your in your filing archives, wherever, you do have a report of the oversight that we did in March. I would like to get a report on the, I don't remember the name of those young people, what the company name is. They manufacture bricks. They are based in KZN. When we go there, it looked like their business was struggling, and it also looked like they had a newly bought machine, which also looked like that machine was simply bought because we're coming for an oversight. That may not be the case, but the machine was new, and I would not have expected to see a new machine for a company that would have been funded quite some time ago. So I would like to please get a report on this one, if possibly maybe by end of September. And also in October last year, we had an outreach program in my constituency, that is Likwa in Mpumalanga. We had about 250 young people that attended. Up until this day, I do not know how many young people benefited from that program, because to be very honest with you, I would not want us to do PR when we are reaching out to young persons. I understand that we may not be able to assist all of them, but if we go into a certain area and we have an outreach program, one would expect to have a certain number of young persons that come forward and say, I have been assisted by the NYDA. With that being said, I'd also like to find out if you have a tool that you are using to monitor the backlog that you are having as an agency of young persons that have applied. The reason I am asking this question, I've had only 2 people, young people, that have come to me from Mpumalanga indicating that they have not been assisted. They've applied, I think the other one last year, the other one this year. When I sent the message to the manager in Secunda, she cited backlog as one of the reasons she has not been able to reach out to them. But I don't have any indication how big that backlog is. Also, you have indicated that you are going to be partnering with the municipalities to ensure that you reach out to as many young persons as you can. There's this question that we have been asking, I don't remember getting any answer on it. Does NYDA have mobile units, mobile trucks? If you do, can you please tell us how many mobile trucks do you have? And also, if you have a schedule that you normally would have prepared indicating on this day, on this week, on this month, you'll be going to a particular area. I think it will be, I'll appreciate it if you can share it with us, because we have constituencies that are assigned to us as members of parliament, and we have colleagues that are in various constituencies. We can definitely share with the colleagues to ensure that we assist you in terms of spreading the message to the young persons. I just want to go back to the presentation. There was a slide that has mentioned that the agency had 22 resignations. I think this number is quite concerning. Have you maybe done maybe an investigation to find out what could be the root cause of this high number of resignations? I think this may cause some instability. Chair, in closing, I have one question with regards to the issue of the Scorpion production. It's actually a request. Is it possible for the agency to finish the committee with the contractual agreement between the NYDA and the Scorpion Productions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Mkunu.
Angibingelele sihlalo, bingelele Minister, Deputy Minister, NYDA, and honorable members. Sinbongele, sinhalalisele, ngokuthi ningenile naba i-committee entsha. Hope ngenihluphi. Ngithi angisho le ngesizulu zenizwe ukuthi ningahluphi. Ngibonge futhi nokuthi ngibone ukuthi kwi-committee kufakwe usihlalo womuntu wesifazane. Halala Ntombi.
I greet you all, honorable members, And I want to start by saying that I congratulate this newly appointed board, and it is very inspiring to note that the chairperson is a woman. And congratulations to you, young lady. And I am hoping that you are going to work very well during your tenure.
Okay. Then I have just a few questions. Bengithi anginikezwe ubhuti umsebenzi kancane sengiyajika. So the questions are, what specific performance indicators are used to measure the effectiveness of NYDA programs beyond the number of beneficiaries reached? And the question number 2, it is noted that the NYDA spent millions of rands on international travel. Can you explain how these trips directly benefit young unemployed South Africans? What mechanisms are in place to monitor whether youth enterprises supported by the NYDA are sustainable and still operational after 3 years? What progress has the NYDA made to partner with universities to extend its life skills and job preparedness program? Which faculties had the NYDA made contact with in this regard, and what have been the outcomes? In terms of your branches accessibility, how many of the 9 branches are accessible? Accessible, yes. What are the cost implications and timelines for ensuring that all offices are accessible? What arrangements are in place for youth requiring a SLI at a branch? Can you explain how the NYDA is coordinating with other government departments to avoid duplication and wastage of resources in youth programs? The last question is, it's about awareness campaign on GBVF in Q1 2025-2026. Yes, target achieved, but I would like to ask, where was the campaign implemented? What were the outcomes? How many youth participated? How is the success of the campaign determined? Who did the NYDA partner with? Will this be rolled out throughout the financial year? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mqunu. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings, everybody, my colleagues. Minister DM, welcome to the new NYDA board, and I'd like to welcome the presentation. Chairperson, I don't have many questions myself, but I would like to know what specific quantifiable targets will be set for rural youth and the youth with disabilities in the final strategies. Then one would want to know, what municipalities did the NYDA establish MOUs within 2024-25? And are there any new municipalities in which MOUs will be established within 2025-26? Lastly, Chairperson, one would want to know, what is your plan? What is the plan of the NYDA to ensure compliance with the 3% employment equity target for the 2025-26 financial year? And what is the NYDA doing to ensure the recruitment of skilled persons with disabilities within the agency? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Peterson. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. The State South Africa produced a quarterly labour force survey of April-June 2025, which shows that for those that have had no schooling, which is about 700,000 people, employment is 22%. For those that didn't finish high school, it's 20.7 million people, and 30% are unemployed. Those who finished high school, it's 14.2 million, 44% are unemployed. With tertiary education, it's 5.7 million people, and 71% are employed. Oh, sorry, these figures are for the employed, not the unemployed. 22% employed, 30%, 44% and 71% employed, which shows that with education, your chances of being employed are much higher. If we're going to deal with unemployment, we need to see programs that concentrate where the numbers are. So my key issue is going to see what you're going to do for those that didn't finish high school, that are only 30% unemployed. Because if you can make a big difference there, you'll go towards sorting out the problem of unemployment. If you concentrate on those that have skills, those that have finished matric, that's not where the numbers lie. So I hope your programs will now be realigned with where the people are, with where the problems are concentrated, so that we can have effective programs to relieve unemployment. Related to that, I'd hope that in your plans, you'd have how you're going to get your programs to become incorporated into national structures. How you deal with the education system. When I looked at your figures, for example, grant sector, artisan 186, services 415. When we sit out there and we're looking for people to fix our plumbing at home, there are no South Africans. So you see, we seem to think that services are only in saloons and car washing. But where people have jobs for life with artisans, we're not performing well. The numbers are too low. So that could be linked to the first thing that I spoke about when people live. When we grew up, there were exit points that were multiple in the education system. You'd leave at standard 6 and you'd become an artisan. You'd leave at standard 8, which would be about grade 10, and you become a primary teacher, etc. You'd leave at high school, you become a secondary school teacher, or you could go to university. Do you need to be looking at how you make the linkages with restoring those exit points? Some exit naturally, no schooling, don't finish high school, but there's no employability out there. The second issue is about, just generally, when I speak to youth in my own family, the values are different. They don't want to start, they want to arrive. So how do you deal with the value system where youth don't want to start? Everybody thinks they can be an entrepreneur and they can be a millionaire. 99% of societies are job seekers. How do we ensure that people are employable? Because when you just concentrate on entrepreneurship and everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, who's going to be buying the products? When you don't have people that are employable so that entrepreneurship can then be possible. Now, coming back to the other issues, I hope with this board you'll incorporate the fact that the previous board, sign language was not official. It is now official. And we'd like to see how you're going to incorporate that into your programs so that that sector of people with disability is also taken care of, so that they can be communicated with, they can be provided with skills, they can be brought into the job market. Now, there's one thing that is not your fault. Your body does not represent the demography of this country. But that should not be an excuse. So you're going to have a challenge to ensure that all sectors of our society are represented by yourselves. How are you going to ensure that European South Africans are ahead, colored South Africans are ahead, South Africans of Indian descent are ahead by yourself? Because it's something that is important. Even just in terms of your employment, you need to be more representative of the demography of this country. Now, going back to values. Youth beat up their grandmothers. Youth rape their grandmothers and even kill them. What are you going to do about that? Youth kill their partners. You've had a 31-year-old father rape and kill a 4-year-old daughter. You've had a mid-20s young man go into a shebeen, stab his girlfriend to death, go home, stab the current girlfriend, having killed the ex-girlfriend. The list goes on and on. You had a 30-something-year-old kill a 30-something-year-old wife who was an achiever and a doctorate because they can't achieve? What are we going to do with the issue of the values, the gender values, how males view females? It's not that old people like myself don't kill their partners, but the numbers are stuck amongst the youth. What are you going to do about that? Second last, the issue of drugs amongst youth, gangsters. Remember, we asked questions in your interviews in relation to that. Youth development can't just be about jobs. It has to be about values. It has to be about how do we deal with gangsterism, which is more prevalent in particular communities that might not be well represented in the board and in staff members. But they are South Africans. What is the NYDA going to be doing around those issues? Now, looking at your reports, there seems to be some miraculous performance in the last quarter in terms of targets. I don't know where you find the energy when you've been sleeping for 3 quarters and suddenly the numbers shoot in the last quarters. Explain that. But what I would like to see going forward is quarterly reports with year-to-date targets on a quarterly basis, so that we don't have this miracle where it's like you've been on holiday for 9 months. In the last 3 months, you behave like students that never study for 9 months and want to cram on the day of the exam. If you have a secret of how to do it, share it with all of us so that we can see it go through. So I'd like to see your programs being mainstreamed into education, because the issue of just isolated things, when we don't embed them in the education system, it's not going to work. So the things that you do have to transform the current education system that we have, where we have people with papers that are not employable. How do we make the education system produce jobs? So it can't just be sitting in your projects. There has to be a mechanism of incorporating it. Lastly, I heard you talk about you working with the monitoring and evaluation department. To my understanding, the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability does monitoring too. So why are you being monitored elsewhere? Why are you not engaging with the department that transmits the fund to you in terms of monitoring? They are the ones that look at how all the departments are performing on the targets that are set. Charity begins at home. Unless you want to go and fund men from that other department, you must account to this department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leklape. Before I hand over to you, Executive Chairperson, to delegate the responses, I would be interested to know, did your entire delegation fly business class to Cape Town? It's a serious question, though. Wow, but honourable members fly economy, all of them. Economy, 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 economy. I take it it's yes. Oh, okay. Okay, and wait, I want to know, do any of you at this stage have any blue lights, bodyguards or drivers like some of the previous board members had?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that. I can confidently say none of us have blue lights. I think that there is a policy in government that regulates on those issues. So I think none of us qualify for that. Secondly, none of us fly business class. I think, we're good on that. But over and above that, the organization does have a policy, and we've been taken through that particular policy on our traveling and accommodation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, no, that's very good. Because we did have, on our oversight, we did see somebody or people being driven and some blue lights and other things, as long as you are getting on the right track, not starting off on the wrong track. I also wanted to ask, I think I want to echo what Honourable Kanyile had said about the resignations, the 22 resignations. That is very high. Honourable members, do you want to add something? The resignations, the 22 resignations, we just want to get more clarity because it looks high, and it's either that there's then a problem internally with staff morale or other issues. Also, your employment of persons with disabilities at 1.8%. I did hear the 3 people that will now be employed, but I'm not certain whether it then takes us to that minimum target, government's minimum target for employment of persons with disabilities. So we really need to do better there. And then also it goes to your grants. 22 out of the 2,069 grants, only 1% of grants allocated to persons with disabilities. And then I heard the presenter saying persons with disabilities should take these opportunities. But my question is, how do we make sure that they are aware or able to access these job opportunities? Then with regards to your 4 programs, we've seen an over-expenditure totaling 17 million. So I would like to know, what is the reason for the over-expenditure? Is it bad forecasting? Is it bad planning? And we see the over-expenditure then also going into Q1 again. So what will you be doing to ensure that the over-expenditure doesn't continue? And then lastly, it might be a bit of a sensitive issue, but I think also we have to discuss the issue, and it was partly raised by Honourable Lonzi. Many young people are crying out saying job opportunities in South Africa in the low-skill or no-skill job sector, whether it's e-hailing, construction, restaurant industry, are taken up by foreign nationals. And Honourable Lonzi raised the issue of he went to 4 hair salons and not a single person is a South African. I think it's also an honest discussion that we should have in terms of the NYDA, in terms of what discussions, interventions are you going to lead at the level where you are now, that we ensure that job opportunities in South Africa are available for young South Africans. So maybe just also your thoughts around that. Because let's be honest, these days if you go to a restaurant here in the waterfront, you will not be served by a South African. If you get into an Uber, you will not be driven by a South African. If the Checkers delivery guy is coming with your parcel, it will probably not be a South African. Those are all job opportunities. Hair saloons, not being run by young South Africans. So maybe just what ideas or policy solutions do you think we can drive in this regard? But you've got a lot of questions now, CEO. I think, are you ready to take them? Yeah? Do you want to add? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies. I know we're not supposed to ask once the chairperson has spoken, but I just wanted to find out on the 2 targets that they managed to achieve out of the 4 within, I think, the past 2 or 1 month. Just want to find out if you can just clarify what were those targets that were met and how did they manage to meet them within such a short period of time, and what prevented them from meeting the other 2 targets and having 100% targets being met. And the last part would be, I would like to get the view of the NYDA on how to address the issue of job scamming, but also human trafficking amongst the youth, seeing that young people are affected by high unemployment rates, and they are the ones who fall victim to these scams and opportunities or misleading opportunities, and what do they think should be accountability measures put in place for those who are promoting and benefiting in financially or in other ways from promoting these scams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Whip. Back to you, Honourable Lonzi.
I'm very sorry, Chair. I just want to clarify this point so that people don't think I'm some Operation Tutula or any of those non-progressive movements. The point I was making on the salons, Chair, is that if the NYDA is celebrating that majority of the grants are going to salons, I've hardly seen, or I hardly see a salon that is being run by young South Africans. So I was questioning the legitimacy
Okay, we know
of
the
those,
EFF.
of those grants, yeah. So that
Yeah, don't worry.
you don't
We
now
know that you are the
go
only
tomorrow.
ones. The EFF is the only ones that don't see all
I
jobs.
must not be misquoted.
We- Yeah. Soon enough, you'll be in trouble. It's okay, Honourable Lonzi. We remember last time you were here and you were seated there, you were dragged out. I don't think it will happen today, so it's fine. Over to you, Executive Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. One must welcome the inputs and the questions that we have received from the honorable members. I'm just going to request through the CEO that we have first E.D. Mafigi to respond. Then we're going to have E.D. Nzigi responding on the NYS project. And then we're going to have the CFO responding on the issues of expenditure. Then we're going to have Mr. Bango to also respond on some of the questions that have raised, particularly on issues of targets, and how the 2 targets we've been able to meet them in that short space of time, and the other outstanding targets. And then from there, we're going to have the CEO, the deputy chair, and then our end. I think if that is allowed, Chair, if we can proceed in that manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So the first question that I will respond to is the one that relates to labor turnover. The number of 22 resignations that we had over the past year. So we do conduct exit interviews, Chair, when employees leave. And I'm looking at the stats right now in terms of the 5 reasons that were quite common when we were doing our exit interview. One being career advancement. The second one, which was quite high, it was lack of recognition. The other one, they were looking for more pay, so they were like seeking a higher pay. The other one that we had, it will be personal reasons. So this is where they will not disclose what kind of reasons. So it's under other, and then you select personal reasons. The last one was the issue of better benefits. So I think comparing to what we offer as NYDA and what is offered by the market out there, so that's why they will tick that box of saying better benefits. And then the second question, Chair, around persons with disability, especially the employment equity targets around that, which was increased from 2% to 3%. We still have not met that, yes, Chair. We had a plan previously with the board, but with the new board, what has happened, I think DC did mention that there is a new committee that has been developed which looks for transformation and disability. And one of the requests from the committee was that it's just that we haven't met. I think the dates for the committee to meet is around October, where we will be presenting our strategy, Chair. And one of the targets was to actually increase all the resolution, in fact, from the HRR when we met during the special committee, was that we don't even set at a minimum of 3%. We need to have 4% as a target and come up with a plan on how are we going to meet that. So through you, Chair, I think we will have a proper feedback when we present that plan after we have met with the committee and submit to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the question on National Youth Service, the answer will be in 2 parts, if you allow me. And I would therefore also request that the question on the revitalized National Youth Service be also answered by the head of NYS, Mr. Mondre Hardnick. But just to give context that National Youth Service is not new to the country in terms of how it's designed and what it's meant to address in the country. When the National Youth Service was designed post apartheid in 1996, the white paper was speaking to how the program should be addressing issues of social cohesion, patriotism in the country. The program was designed in such a way that it really focused on how we redress issues in the country and introduce voluntarism in the country. It looked at 3 aspects of addressing, firstly, the morale of a person in terms of how they participate in their community. But it also looked at, firstly, the character. It looked at service, how the young person would provide service in the community where they come from. But the emphasis would have been how this young person exits into an opportunity to have a sustainable livelihood. But over the years, the program would have evolved because of how the country, would have also grown in terms of the economy and challenges that young people would have faced. Fast forward to 2022, the President launched the Revitalized National Youth Service Program, understanding that young people cannot live only because of the scourge of unemployment that the country is facing, cannot just live on an incentivized type of a service program. An incentive would have then been introduced for those young people to be able to go to service in their own community, addressing and assisting on infrastructural incapacity issues that would be there in government, the private sector. Hence, the emphasis now is that we ensure that young people are placed in community centers, hospitals, various sectors across government. Then the NYDA would have then also partnered with various departments. So it would not only be a specific sector that we're focusing on. For example, if I can tell you about the DSEC program, the department, our partnership with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, where we've got 300 young people that are in the arts sector. This is the second phase of the program, wherein young people are placed in arts centers across the country. The purpose there is to expose these young people in the different aspects of the arts and culture space so that they can be able to be exposed. They perform in arts centers, they perform in theaters. Some of them would have done very well and traveled, the world, graduating out of the same program. The program is fully funded by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I think acknowledging that what Honorable Lonsi said, that it is very important for us to probably maybe speak more, right, about such programs and elevate some of the work that we're doing with some of these beneficiaries, because it would be similar to what we would have, been doing with the events that would have taken place over the weekend. But the emphasis here is really on service that gives young people an opportunity to transition to employment, entrepreneurship, opportunities in higher education, because National Youth Service is not really about this young person getting employment. It's about them transitioning into an opportunity that will better their lives. And we've seen many young people coming out of service opportunities being better employees, being better entrepreneurs, because they would have been firstly trained on the character, and they would have understood what patriotism means, because they would have assisted where they come from in their communities. They would have contributed directly to government. They would have contributed directly in the private sector. I would allow my colleague to speak a bit about the Revitalized National Youth Service Program, but just to maybe speak on the targets, the two targets that would not have been met at the time when Q1 ended, specifically as it relates to the grant program and the youth with disabilities as part of the grants program. At the start of the financial year, we would have obviously been putting together a strategy as it relates to disability. And we would have acknowledged that in addressing issues facing young people with disability, we really need to be sensitive in terms of the resources that they need, forming strategic partnerships with organizations that better understand what they need, how they should then therefore be assisted. We would have then spent the time to formalize those partnerships, work together. And this would have assisted, because in terms of the type of businesses that we would have, assisted these young people to form and fund, we would have then spent time in terms of training. You would have seen on our social media that in Limpopo specifically, we would have recently done a pitch and polish. Actually today, young people in Toyando are participating, young people with disabilities are participating in a pitch and polish. It's different from how we would be doing business, as in terms of interacting and allowing young people with disabilities to apply online. So we're going to the young people, understanding their businesses, trying to really, get through the processes while ensuring that we adhere to the policies of the grant program. So those are deliberate efforts that we are taking as it relates to the youth with disabilities. One partnership that I do not want to leave out is the one with Sun Parks. Last week, we would have also awarded young people with disabilities in Mpumalanga in partnership with Sun Parks. The partnerships in the space are quite critical, and it's what we are, it's a model that we're following, and it would have contributed to us taking time in terms of that. And then therefore these targets would, I think, have a ripple, I don't think it's there, that they have a ripple effect on the job sustained, that which we would not have achieved. So when a business is funded, we also measure the number of jobs that that business creates. And that takes a month after the business is funded for us to be able to do quality assurance, visit the business, report on those. That is why we are confident that by the end of Q2, we would then be able to report and achieve those targets that would not have been met. I would just request Mondre to speak a bit on the revitalized, and we'll hand over.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, thank you very much. So the Revitalized National Youth Service was really designed for young people to gain practical. In Krisani Baragwanath Hospital, we know that some of the state government departments lack resources. We have 50 NYS participants currently supporting with laundry, with ironing, with meal preparation, because there's a lack of resources in that particular area as well. So the aim is really to provide invaluable work experience and also to strengthen service delivery. The NYS program is designed in such a way that young people only work for 16 hours a week, maximum of 64 hours a month. We allow them to work 16 hours or 64 hours a month because we want the young people of South Africa to find time to fend for other hustle opportunities, for example. If you look at a DJ, for example, while he's doing his NYS stint during the week, on weekends, he can be performing DJ. For Take-A-Lot, for example, when it comes to e-hailing, Take-A-Lot, they were looking for photographers. So we have over 4,000 young people on the NYS in the creative arts space. So those people, young people can now, in their spare time when they're not doing the NYS program, actually perform an additional hustle and actually earn an income by taking photographs for Take-A-Lot, for example. The NYS is really focusing on 3 pillars, which is service, skills development, and then we're also heavily focusing on transitioning opportunities, because we want the young people on the NYS program actually move from learning to earning after the 6 months program. We don't want them to go back into the system and being unemployed. That's why we partner with government departments like UIF and Labour Activation Program, the National Skills Fund Program. So during the 6 months stint, the program is for 6 months, the young people also gain practical skills that is in demand we partnered with UIF and NSF to provide demand-led skilling to young people. So after the 6 months program, they do the service and the skills development. They actually walk into some form of job. The agreement with UIF is a minimum of 24 months. So in different sectors of the community as well. Honorable Lonzi, yes, we do work with 10 what we call implementing partners, and those are grassroots NPOs. And I think the reason why we are working with them is, you know, as the NYDA, we don't have the capacity to manage 40,000 youth across South Africa. These NPOs went through a whole procurement process, and we had different criteria for them. They had to demonstrate they had the capacity to implement, they had the capacity to pay stipends to over 2,000 or 3,000 young people in South Africa. They, grassroots NPOs, they know what's happening in the community. They are working with the community, and they know what the needs are in the community as well. I think a key aspect here is that from the NYS budget, over 80% of the NYS budget is going towards stipends to the NYS participants as well. I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just going to quickly answer to the expenditure leg. Yes, Chair, the agency at the end of the last financial year is reporting a financial deficit, but the nature of that expenditure was predominantly the project disbursements. You'll see the year-on-year variance that because of the higher demand of the products and services of NYDA and the activities that would have taken place towards these projects, we did see a high increase in the project-related costs. They also clearly broken down in our financial statements in terms of the nature of it, but mainly it's the project-related costs. Now, why is that then causing a deficit? It is because, of course, as we reported last financial year, the agency did not realize all the donor funding that it had planned to break even. Those were not lost, as we've presented. They rolled over to the new financial year. So what had happened is that that deficit would have been better controlled had all our donor funding realized in the same financial year. In Q4, we saw some commitments that were not signed off. We also only saw some commitments only in phase 1. And what you would see, Chair, in Q1, that jump from the donor funding that we anticipated of 80 million, and the 80 million we were able to close off. One element of it relates to the rollover of the prior financial year, and that, of course, is an effort to ensure in this financial year that we do break even as much as we can, particularly relating to the planned project-related costs. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Bango, can you respond? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think in terms of non-achievement of targets, I think there was a question like how did we make it, given the fact that by the end of Q1, which is July, we could not meet the target. But within this 1 month, all of a sudden there is that achievement. I think we also realized as management that not meeting targets, it's really not a good indication. So what we did, we then dedicated a team, because some of these, especially on persons with disabilities and grant, they were in the pipeline because of the volumes waiting for a QA process. But we then agreed that, look, let's dedicate a team that is responsible for quality assurance, and let's direct that team to just deal with the QA packs of grants that were initially submitted during the quarter. But because we had to go through, making sure that are we paying the correct person, it's all the necessary documentation that is required are being attached and all of that. So I think that's also one thing that assisted us, and we set a time frame to say, look, by end of August, I mean, those officials, day to day, we had to bring them on board to ensure that those targets are being met. I think also there was another comment around why miraculously there was a sharp shoot of achievements looking at the previous financial year in terms of our performance. I would say, I think, Chair, if you look at our performance in the previous financial year from Q1 up to Q4, I think where we had a challenge, it was around the voucher program. But we then put a mitigating factors, as I've indicated earlier on. It's also an area where we work with one of the partner, which is called Facet, which is one of the CETA a program to actually assist in terms of the training initiatives, because also the volumes of young people that are participating in that program, it's quite huge. I think also there was another question around the issue of, in program 1, I think there was a KPI around the GBV, I have to say, where did we do it, what is the impact? I think on that one, I can say we can also provide a written submission, but that program, it actually happened in the Northwest, together with one of our branch collaboration in that area. But in terms of the impact thereof, I think we'll submit a report, and well, it was attended by young people. There was also another question around what key measures are we putting in place to measure our performance in terms of implementation, whether to measure whether are we doing well or not doing well. I think just also to give an example, Chair, I mean, our aftercare, post-disbursement, we've got also what we call a post-disbursement report. So once a grant has been disbursed, in terms of our policies, within 30 days, once that young person has received the goods, or that grant has been paid towards a young person and the goods have been received, as the NYDA, we follow through. We don't wait for 2 months or 3 months, but within 30 days, as stipulated in the policy, we follow through with that young person to go and verify as to whether the correct goods that were ordered by the young person in terms of the support, financial, was it received? Is the young person up and running in terms of that project, so that that business will become sustainable? And we do not allow, these type of businesses to actually fail. Even some of those that at times they have some challenges, because in terms of our policies, let's say maybe a young person has applied for a low threshold grant, maybe below 50,000. We also encourage them, so that they can keep on, that momentum, to keep their businesses within the greater heights, to even come for a second time to apply, so that they can grow their businesses. Understanding that also, the budget that we've got, we had to share with quite a number of young people. But that's one of our priorities or key performance measure that we've put in place. But we also, from an M&E, which is our monitoring and evaluation quarter to quarter, we analyze, we assess this data. We look at our reports. Like currently, we are also going to look at the previous 2 to 3 years in terms of the grants beneficiaries that we've provided support in the past 3 years. Where are they? How many of those that have dropped off? What were the challenges? So that we can see how we can, but in particular, when it comes to grant, we strive that we must not even wait for the past to do it after 2 years, but every year, or once, there's a large number of those young people that we have supported. How are they doing? Where are they? And what kind of support that you can provide so that they sustain their businesses. I think also on the persons with disability, I think there was that response from my colleague there that, this past weekend in Mpumalanga, there's over, I think, around 35 young people in businesses that we awarded grants so that they can, begin to initiate that business idea. And we'll keep on monitoring. And I can tell you right now, Chair, on persons with disability, since we've started even advocating within all our branches and also with our officials, that this is a business unusual because this group has been marginalized for quite some time and we cannot afford that. So I think our officials at branch level, there's quite also a number of pipeline. As we move along the quarters, second quarter and third quarter, you'll see those numbers. Even from an angle of employment, we are going to make sure that we upscale in that regard. And we attract more young people, because you also have graduates in that sector. I mean, one of the official that the executive from HR is mentioning is a graduate who was unemployed. So we are putting all those strategies, even moving towards rural areas. It's part of our strategy in this administration, that we are not going to leave behind young people, especially in the rural areas, because they are marginalized. Access to transport, access to opportunities, information. But as the NYDA, we will forge even partnerships with those that are in that space within those rural areas, so that we can support those young people. I think from my side, I'll stop it there for now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. And I guess some of the colleagues as well for fielding some of the inquiries and comments, and of course the guidance and the input that we've received from members of the committee. One of the anchor comments and inquiries were around the board's approach to the question of partnerships. And of course, how do we strengthen the mainstreaming of youth development across various aspects of South African society, whether it be in communities or in the economy broadly. I think the rationalization, Chair, of the board is the acknowledgement that the responsibility or the role that the NYDA has is really located within a macroeconomic issue, firstly, of youth unemployment and unemployability. And our acknowledgement is that as an agency, given the coordination mandate that we also have of the sector, is that we do need a very well coordinated macroeconomic response to the issues that have been raised. And therefore that means that the NYDA alone as an agency would not be able to aid in ameliorating some of the issues that young people face at a broad scale across the country. And so part of the questions and the debates that the board has been having has been to say, with what we have, with the limited resources that we have, but the convening power that the agency has, what are the 20% of things that we can do that can deliver on 80% of the outcomes? So that's what then informs how we approach resources and how we approach strategic partnerships as well. And so that's why on the partnerships question, when we look at partnerships specifically, there's acknowledgement that we have limited fiscal resources. And so what the committee will then see in the work that the board is doing and will continue to do is that we'll continue to see more of these non-financial partnerships in order to leverage the capabilities and competencies of various actors in society. Already within the last 8 weeks and 4 weeks, we've had, I think the chair would have highlighted, engagement with the Statistician General. Because of that acknowledgement that before we move at any point, we need to be informed by evidence and not by our own assumptions about what is really happening around youth development in the country. So that engagement or cooperative engagement will be quite critical in informing, of course, the design, implementation and impact measurement of the programs of the agency and how partnerships are struck. The second part is the integrated youth development strategy, and the work that is already starting within this quarter also becomes quite important, because together with our mother department and other departments as well, such as the DPME, the well-coordinated effort aspects is in relation to how do we then coordinate business as a sector, civil society as a sector, non-profit organizations as a sector, and many other work streams in a macro effort to address all of the issues that members of the committee would have raised here today. And that work is ongoing. The NYDA serves as a secretariat in that particular forum, and that is the work. Currently, we have the terms of reference that have been tabled, and various actors in South African society are engaging those terms of reference so that it can be an institutionalized way of ensuring that this work is done. At a later stage, there will be certain advocacy calls that the agency will table forward across departments of expectations in coordinating these efforts around how can we coordinate both financial and non-financial resources in order to address some of these issues. And I think we look forward to that aspect of that advocacy work as well. Organizationally, when it comes to the questions that were raised around the measurements, Mr. Bang would have highlighted questions around targets and impact measurements. But we've also engaging this particular question and are driving a strategic initiative focused on business process optimization within the entity itself as it relates to the turnaround times for grant funding. One of the issues that we would have picked up already is to ask ourselves, why do we find instances where we have a number of young people that are beneficiaries of the agency, but are not necessarily coming forward to want to be ambassadors as having been beneficiaries of the agency. And one of the things we then pick up is that sometimes the process that they tend to go through tends to be a very difficult one, and therefore they would not necessarily be one to be forthcoming around having benefited from the agency. And so part of the work that we're doing now through optimizing our workflows, just through processes at the first level, and also optimizing technology here and there in order to get faster turnaround times, is to create a more seamless customer journey for young people, so that once they go through an application process, we can say, this is the commitment. Once you start an application process, we can, in essence, guarantee that after X amount of time, that application process would either be approved or unfortunately declined. But it manages those expectations, and young people as customers would know what to expect and what not to expect from the agency. And therefore, we think that would also feed into some of the marketing and comms and brand ambassadorship that we think is important for the agency as well. This is also, I think, informed by work that we're doing in terms of the agency being able to be self-aware, of course, about its own strengths and its weaknesses, and conscious of that, and how do we then ameliorate those by leveraging, of course, innovation and being data-centric in how we do this work. This becomes quite important because, Chair, it also will aid the agency to address the questions of young people that are located in rural areas. And how do we address the visibility questions of our branches and leveraging various forms, be it technology or telecommunications, and even the reach of the resources that we have more efficiently. The chair would have made mention of the concept of Panda Thursdays as a drive so that young people can have an expectation of when they can receive services at a specific time, particularly in rural communities. And so that is work that is currently underway in order to address those questions. Additionally, before I close, is also the role of, I think, community radio stations as well in broadening and the visibility of the NYDA. We think there's an opportunity there in working with the community radio stations. I think the doc would have mentioned the very important and difficult questions around the value system of young people. Yes, there are various efforts that the board and the agency will do at the socio-economic level in really scaling up its work. But we think that the values question really underpins that work. And we do think that civic organizations and, of course, traditional leaders play an important role in really fostering the kind of value systems that can create a kind of youth that, of course, would be able to build the kind of society that we wish for, acknowledging that the household is the basic unit of society. And so, Chair, that is the rationalization and the discussions and the debates that are taking place in the board right now in response to the comments and the inquiries that have been tabled by members of the committee, and then where requests for information have been requested by members of the committee, that will then be shared in writing. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. And I think I'm highly covered by the colleagues and some of the questions that have been raised. However, I think I just want to touch broadly on the question around investments and partnerships that the colleagues have asked about. I think, Chair, but firstly, I just want to say that youth development is very broad. So the mandate that the NYDA has to develop young people across social, economic, spheres in their lives gives us an opportunity to mainstream our work across the different departments, across different sectors of the economy. And so, firstly, looking at the issue that was raised around us funding car washes, right, and service-based entrepreneurs. In as much as we agree that there's a need for us to scale up the level of investment we're making into young entrepreneurs, however, there are many young entrepreneurs who rely on those types of businesses. They are low to semi-skilled young people. Many of them, if you're discussing young people who are neither in employment, education or training, you then need to think of ways in which you can empower them to participate in the economy, right? And because understanding, having an appreciation that these people have not gone to a formal institution of higher learning, and therefore they still need a place in the South African economy. We're not saying we must relegate young people to those types of industries or services. However, there is a need for us to support young people who want to play in that space and who we believe are already playing in that space, but they need some form of support. However, we do fundamentally agree that we need to transform the face of ownership in the economy, and that's why there are conversations with the DTIC, with NEF and IDC. Those conversations are already ongoing to say, how can we attract resources to the NYDA to help scale up some of the businesses which are growing, which are youth-owned, but we don't have the capacity to fund. Our cap, I think, is about 250, and as we go into the strategic planning session, maybe some of the discussions will be, is 250 enough to help invest meaningfully into a youth-owned business? I don't want to preempt the outcomes of that strat plan. However, there is fundamentally a need to meaningfully fund youth entrepreneurs, and that's why we are looking at consolidating some of those funds with other stakeholders within government that allow us to make those necessary investments. So those conversations are there. And I think that then also touches on the type of investments we make and partnerships we make. I think the CEO is correct. It's kind of a blended finance model, Honorable Chauke, to say that how can we co-invest to de-risk youth-owned entrepreneurs? For example, there's a partnership we have with the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which is a DFI based in Gauteng, where I think we commit 250,000 Rand to each beneficiary, and Gauteng Enterprise Propeller puts in the balance. I think the most they can get is about R1 million in a blended kind of tool, which is both grants and loan. But our commitment there is what is available within our resources, and then they meet us rand for rand, or sometimes even more. That is just one example of a partnership that the NYDA has historically engaged in terms of co-investment opportunities. And now we're talking to the DMRE to say, they've got small-scale mining funds, they've got the Junior Mining Exploration Fund. How can we as NYDA come in there to support and ring-fence that funding for youth entrepreneurs in the mining sector, as well as in the energy sector? Because previously, those numbers are quite low. So we also want to leverage our lobby and advocacy part of our mandate, which is to say that we have a mandate to develop young people. Where there are no resources for us to do it, we would like to lobby you as an entity responsible for this sector to prioritize youth, ring-fence financing, ring-fence some of those products specifically for youth, so that we see a greater drive and transformation. So those conversations are already there, including, for example, the Department of Land. Chair was also in conversation with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to say, where there are opportunities available to deploy, whether it's land parcels that the state owns for young people who have ideas or plans on how to develop that land, or it's buildings that the government owns. What creative solutions can we come up with to give those buildings to young people to develop and transform them into economic assets? So those are all the different types of partnerships that we are already trying to get off the ground and have thoughts around. And I think maybe it also speaks to what informs the relationship with what is now popularly known as the Scorpions King partnership, which is a non-financial kind of a relationship where, you leverage our existing resources, which is the National Youth Service, to say how can young people benefit from an existing project, which is the Scorpions King concert, which I think largely is an intent for a long-term strategic partnership with stakeholders in the creative sector. To say that, if we were talking financial services, this would be possibly a partnership with a Standard Bank or an ABSA. So in the creative sector economy, the big stakeholders there are Scorpion Kings or any other big artists, right? Or Maskandi artists. So if we want to say that in the creative economy, we want young people to be supported, we want them to grow, want skills development opportunities for them, those are the people that we believe should play a role from the private sector point of view to support those young people at a level of skills development, et cetera, and there is a willingness on the sector and big players in the sector to work with the states through the NYDA, through Department of Arts and Culture, on how do you develop young people in that space and how do you support them meaningfully in the long term through very meaningful programs, and that commitment is there. So it's not a once-off kind of event where young people are sent to go learn skills on that particular day, but it is an intent for a long-term meaningful partnership on how do you develop young people in the creative economy and how can they learn from big players and strategic stakeholders in the creative economy for them to participate meaningfully. So I think I'll leave it there, Chair. And the issues around a lack of young South Africans being reflected in the economy, I think you did caution us on playing into the political arena as the NYDA. So I think that type of question, I'll leave it to maybe politicians to respond to whether or not at a political level, are young South Africans in the economy, are they reflected or not? And I think as the NYDA will focus on implementing the National Youth Policy as well as the Integrated Youth Development Strategy and those ideas. So I don't want to descend into the political arena for now.
It's a very good answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the team led by the CEO and the Deputy Chair on those responses that we've provided. I can say that I think majority of the questions have been responded to, but I wanted to go on the one relating to the issue of network access and the partnership that we've had with NSFAS going into the new academic year on how those particular applications are going to be undertaken and overall accessibility of network by young people. I think this is one area when we entered into the board that we raised concerns on, to say that young people, they struggle to access information based on the fact that there's no network in some areas. If you travel in some areas of KwaZulu-Natal, you'll not be accessible the entire day because there's no network in that particular area. But what we have done as an agency, we already have a partnership with MTN that we're going to be exploring in our quest to have an NYDA app that is going to be zero data rated, to ensure that young people in their different areas are able to access this app that is going to be interlinked with some services that are offered for young people. And we're going to be doing this particular drive even during this time in our partnership with NSFAS to ensure that all young people in South Africa are able to access or apply for NSFAS services. So this is one area that we have raised as the board. And then on the issue of skills, we've already met, the NYDA is a member of the Human Resource Development Council. This is where Department of Higher Education is a secretariat too. So our issues of young people that need to be upskilled, we've raised it quite sharply, and we've ensured that we assist, and we have proposed some of the practical means of training. I think the honorable member touched on issues of artisans. We've also put in place a proposal to say that we can train young people on engineering skills, on mechanics, and how we then train those young people and how we integrate them into the market. Government has a fleet of vehicles. If we go and train 100 young people to say that they are going to be trained in areas of mechanics, being able to fix vehicles and stuff, then we deploy those particular young people to be subcontracted or be service providers in government. If you have seen some of the reports from different government departments where they report on issues of fleet and how much they have spent on that regard, if that particular business is given to those young people in respective areas, then we're going to be addressing the issues of providing the particular training from the Department of Higher Education and being able to assist with the market, because it's one aspect to train. Where those young people go to is another aspect that as an agency we need to advocate and look before in different spheres. The issue of values and issues of drugs and alcohol abuse, I think it's one of the issues that we've raised in our conversations as a board, to say we want to run a campaign of young people being responsible and young people not wasting their lives drinking alcohol and being consumed in drugs, but also understanding the fact that some majority of these young people are found in those particular behaviors because they lack opportunities, they are unemployed and live in severe poverty. If you walk around in different communities, you might find young people that there are no opportunities that they have, but you might find them drinking. So those are some of the things that we want to educate young people to say, let's not drink our lives away, and bring that particular hope and different opportunities in order for them to move away from those particular behaviors. And issues of abuse overall, I think we're going to be working with Department of Social Development in some of their programs to put forward that particular message on us being a responsible generation that doesn't drink their lives away. I think on the issues of persons with disability, Mr. Bango has highlighted that, but one of the things that we found when we entered the agency was the fact that young people, particularly those that living with disability that are blind, they struggle to access our services. They're not able, we don't have the systems, there's a system called JAWS, I think that is system, and in our current instance, we don't have those particular services. So it's one of the things that we're going to be pioneering to ensure that we increase our accessibility of our products, particularly for persons living with disability throughout the country. And then on the issue of the NYDA mobile trucks, we're going to be entering a partnership with KwaZulu-Natal provincial government on some of the trucks that they've donated to us. So once we have that particular schedule and we have checked partnerships in other respective provinces, honorable member, we're going to be providing that particular schedule. I think the NYDA mobile trucks are going to assist us in terms of accessibility and visibility in particularly in remote areas. And then on the impact assessment of our programs, I think Honorable Member Hlengyo had touched on that. We're going to be developing that particular document that is going to be maybe doing a survey from young people that would have attended our outreach programs, to get an understanding from them, to say, you attended this particular program, did you get was the session informative, did you get any life-changing opportunities, so that our outreach programs must not only be about numbers, but they must be impact-driven, but we must also get the feedback from young people if attending this particular outreach program has any impact in terms of the work that they do. I think we have tried to cover majority of the questions that were asked by honorable members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Executive Chairperson. You have survived day one. You did very well. Although I'm a bit confused because I thought I'll give over to honorable members, we need to wrap up if there's anything that you wanted to, that was left out in terms of the responses, but we won't ask them to respond now. They can respond in writing. But in our last meetings, I did get an impression that they had mobile trucks. We were informed they had mobile trucks. Okay. So we need clarity on that as well, because we were of the impression that you did have some of your own mobile trucks or units. And I think we did make this on numerous occasions a suggestion that you should be utilizing also the services of other departments like SASSA, Home Affairs, where you can also have some of your pamphlets or information readily available. But honourable members, if there was anything that was left out that you just quickly want to remind them of so that they answer in writing? Anything for? No, I'm okay. I'm very okay. Okay, Honourable Shabango, then the Whip, Honourable Lonzi.
It's just a quick one, as we were talking about these mobile trucks, because I've seen that other departments, if you have an outreach program, they come with their working gadgets and they are able to help their community. I just wanted to check on that. If there are no trucks and on this outreach program, can they be available? Thank you.
They need to partner with SASSA and Home Affairs and others. Honourable Whip.
You said Honourable Lonzi, then Whip, or is it me?
She likes to speak after me.
Okay, it's okay, Honourable Lonzi.
She wants
I like
to
the
respond
friendship
to
today,
what
you know.
I'm gonna say. No, Chair, I'm just going to list them. I'm not going to speak to them. The first one is that, can we get a list of all the offices of the NYDA across South Africa? And then can we get a status update on how many of them are actually functional? Because we've received countless emails with some of offices being closed. I think the one in Polokwane is dysfunctional. Some offices in the Eastern Cape as well. So can we get that list so that we can publicize it? And then we can ask young people to go there on random days to see if actually these offices are operational. The second point, I think it was covered, it was on the issue of the mobile trucks. I think we want to check that as well. On the relationship with the Scorpion Kings, I think what maybe the board can do to clarify this aspect, and then you can do this in writing. When you do write to us, explain the part of non-transactional or non-financial relationship that you're talking about. Because like I said, that's really the doubt that people are having here, that you went there and you spent 100 million and then you were in the VIP and all of that. So please clarify that aspect in writing. I think Honorable Kanyele also raised that. And then on the NYS, I'm still not persuaded on the actual jobs of these so-called implementing partners. I view them as middlemen, and I'd be interested to know, Chair, how much they actually take for the actual service. I did hear that they said about 80% of the budget that comes from government is spent on the actual stipends. And then I think 20% is spent on services. But it also depends on nominally how much that budget is. Because if it's 100 million rands, and then you are spending 20% of 100 million on NPOs and all of that. So please also clarify that. I think that is all. Oh, sorry, Chair, lastly. And how much do you spend on each of the offices? So the rent that you are paying for in all of the offices in the country, including the rent that you are paying for your headquarters. Please share that with us, because I would want to persuade you, Chairperson, that if there are vacant government buildings that are going to be cost-free, I mean, we know a lot of buildings in Johannesburg that are hijacked. You can get into partnership with the municipality, or you can get to partnership with DBSA. You can even surprise us and build your own offices. I mean, that hasn't been done. But I'd want to persuade you to say, as opposed to renting, I mean, I don't know how much you're spending in your regional offices across the country, as opposed to renting and spending hundreds and thousands of rands, empowering whoever is owning those offices. If there are opportunities to move towards department or government-owned buildings at a much lesser rate, maybe of just doing maintenance, that is something that I'd want to persuade you on. But I do want to congratulate you again, Chairperson. And also, just say again, we will be watching you. When we say this, we say it laughing, Chair. And then when we come back, it's not nice. So we hope that our smiles are not going to be misunderstood by the board, but all the best. We hope that you are going to deliver to the young people of South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Letlape?
Just before the chief whip, it's not a question. I'm just saying, I hope the NYDA board will take advantage of the current processes in terms of the national dialogue. Because if it takes off, it would be an excellent opportunity for you to go to the thousands and thousands of wards and give the representation in rural areas that you need, but also for the voice of youth to be heard.
Thank you, Dr. Leklape. Let's take the Honourable Whip and then the Honourable Kanile. And honourable members, I would like you just to stay behind for 2 seconds at the end of our meeting because we need to discuss our workshop and strat plan, and also lunch for our guests is down at the Marks Building restaurant. So we'll have lunch soon. So,
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I was, some of my questions, actually, my follow-up questions were answered, or not answered, they were put forward, sorry, by Honorable Lonzi, especially on the aspect of the element of the NYS program. My question was around that, to say that it is said that there are 10 non-profit organizations that are part of implementation of NYS programs. Can we possibly get the name of those organizations, how long they've been partnering or partners of the NYS program, meaning they've been service providers, but also what is the procurement process that they utilize to select those non-profit organizations that offer these particular services. And I think I also echo the same sentiments as Honorable Lonzi to say perhaps there is an opportunity to have capacity built in-house. My other one is just to agree with Honorable Lonzi on the office infrastructure. And I think, Chairperson, what I did not get in the report was part of the questions that were raised through our oversight regarding the infrastructure, such as the offices in KZN and one of them being in Johannesburg as well. What is the cost that is incurred by the NYDA, and is there a possibility of downscaling on that? And I think agreeing with Honorable Lindsay again in terms of ensuring that we're able to build a partnership with municipalities. And lastly, what would be the reason not to be able to purchase your own facilities as NYDA? And I think this would be a question to many departments where we are not getting clarity on that. And I think on disability, I was already covered. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Whip. Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's some reports that I've requested and a copy of the contract. I know it's not readily available. I just want confirmation that my requests were captured. Thank you so much.
Yes, we want those reports submitted. Minister, Deputy Minister, your closing remarks.
Honourable Chairperson, I think let's appreciate the fact that members of the committee were interacting with what was presented to them. The new board coming in, also articulating that they will be going into strategic session. And I think in the next meetings, they'll be able to also lift some of the fundamental issues that honorable members have raised. I'm not going to go into specific questions because those are operational questions and that have been lifted. But maybe just to lift some few strategic points that are linked to many points that honorable members have raised, which I think the CEO was also trying to articulate that all of this work that relates to youth development and accountability, I think it's important that we have a sense of appreciation that it's part of government strategy through the integrated youth development strategy. And I think it's driven by such as the institution of NYDA. And ultimately, we have to look into the commitments because all these points that members of the portfolio committee are raising is every intervention we're doing responding to job creation, to empowerment, and do we have that accountability element of it? And that's what we consistently have to monitor and meaningfully ensure that there's no systematic neglect of all these aspects of work, and that we don't undermine what constitute that very same element of ethical governance in implementing youth programs for that matter. I think one must also just speak to how do we best deal with issues of tracking progress, because NYDA and also the department comes to the portfolio committee to account. And I think somewhere, somehow, a tracking system may be useful so that, you know, we don't bring just snapshot and we become also selective in how we want to see accountability and good governance. Portfolio committee is not an enemy to the work that government is doing. It's about monitoring progress, it's about accountability and so forth. So when there's a presentation of this nature, that gives us an overhaul of what has happened between quarters. That tracking of progress is quite important, but also it feeds to that oversight mechanism of the portfolio committee. And I think this relates also to the kind of conduct, clarity of reports that must come forward to really empower members of the portfolio committee. I think portfolio committee members are also cautioning, and I think this is a clarion message to the new board, to actually keep in mind what are some of the key issues, challenges that when we relate to the issue of, affecting young people in South Africa, issues of corruption must never be overlooked. We must always pay attention on that. We must not be used and so forth. I think maybe, DC's expression is true, to say that let's not polarize also the thinking of the new board because of how we actually assume the linkages. Anyway, political issues are always going to be there. Youth issues are political issues. But to actually suggest and think that, the capacity, you are the ones that appointed these young people into the board, and we have capacity that we must embrace, but I would really caution us to polarize it into politics and political party dynamics. I think we must actually take this as the first meeting that speaks about how best are we going to make sure that NYDA delivers on its mandate. We guard against the challenge. So I think it's what the message is. Let's guard against it, but I also would want to caution that let's not polarize it in the manner that may actually remove attention to detail. But some of the other issues, really, it's what should go into the solutions. And I think I want to sponsor four points that we as a department are aware of and we are taking into consideration. We want to see an agency that is linked to our department that delivers the ethical and good governance. That's part of our government's priority. In our midterm development plan, delivering an ethical and capable state is what we have committed in the 7th administration. So we expect agencies like NYDA to deliver the same level of standard, that we foster integrity, we foster transparency and accountability, and that is crucial. What members of portfolio committee has raised is those elements that we have to deal with. We want youth leadership that is also capable to demonstrate that. And that's my takeaway, but also that contribution that I'm putting forward. The second part here, the presentations that have been put forward and the comments that have raised issues of inclusive participation of youth. that we mustn't neglect rural communities. And I think Chairperson was alluding to that. Members of Portfolio Committee are saying everywhere we are not going to just be focusing on urban areas. So, you know, we must go to the small dorpies, we must go to the villages and rural community. I think Honorable Member Fisani, when she was making reference to 5 kilometer close to the border of Mozambique, we want all these different communities to find expression. And if we've got 43 offices, as Honorable Lonzi was saying, show us so that we just also are able to determine accessibility of those offices, additionally functionality of those offices. And I think it's quite important because we must realize inclusive, meaningful participation of youth in these spaces. The third issue, you know, that for me is quite key in our monitoring, Honorable Chair, is the issue of scaling approach. But we can only scale what works, because what doesn't work, we must learn lessons from that. And scaling, that means that we have to prove that this works. And currently our economy, which is growing at 0.6%, it's growing at a very snail pace. But this economy is not going to grow itself. It needs young people to be equipped. And I will possibly even hold a different posture around not still investing in informal economy. I do think we do need both formal and informal economy. I don't want us to not prioritize what are some of the things that works for majority of the population in townships, in those villages. There are not a lot of scientific opportunities in those areas, but in fact, informal economies are the ones that functions and that makes it work. So maybe it's a question of how do we balance, how do we make sure that we still invest in the critical skills that are needed in the now era, but we also don't undervalue some of those economies that matter. I can give you an example. It matters if you look at it even from the point of who actually even occupies those informal economies, which majority are women for that matter. So I think it's just strategies of how we're going to apply investing in both formal and informal economies for the empowerment of youth. But I think we must take also the point Comrade Lonzi, Honorable Member there, have made around investing even in these graduates that we have created and that have passed, that we must facilitate their capacity. It's possibly about tapping even on the potential that they possess in the skills and qualifications that they have actually reached. So I support fully that part and scaling up that approach. I think much more, NYDA's role also around coordinating and working closely with the department. I think it's a fair point Honorable Letlape makes, even so that we don't even find duplication of effort. The role of the department must strengthen its ability to coordinate, monitor aspects, but also those linkages and work to really maximize and avoiding the duplication of effort. I think those key issues for me are quite important. Maybe the last 2 points, Chair, and I would also request that we maybe rethink how we speak about a segment of our communities. I know, and maybe because also of my history in the civil society, sometimes we say things loosely about the civil society organizations that are seen as corrupt or whatsoever. Civil society is an integral part of our democratic system. I want us to give the dignity and integrity of why do we have civil society groups in South Africa. Maybe we might have some few civil society organizations that actually undermine our democratic principles and values, and then they become part of those corrupt or loose networks. But I don't want us to really put an umbrella cloth that may actually disregard. And I am seeing this because it's a growing phenomena that really the anti-democratic are utilizing that space of civil society. It's shrinking, but I would really want us to not see that vital role of why we have civil society in South Africa. They play an important role, social responsibility, advocating for human rights, and some even go to extent even of monitoring government work. So I think it's quite important that NYDA still interacts with civil society. Maybe the modality of what they have currently can be looked into, and the board and the team might have to look into those. And I think we must take this as a very important point around modality and whether they are fit for purpose, because that's what I'm hearing. Is it wise to go through that mechanism, or can we relook at it so that we save and we can redirect resources for much use that reaches community groups? But I'm really requesting that a decorum of our interaction about democratic institutions and organizations, we give dignity and integrity to civil society groups. And the last point, Honorable Chair, I think it relates to maybe a consideration. I know there are a lot of suggestions. NYDA itself will have, things that they can advance, but they will also have things that they cannot advance given our own policies and legislations. Some of it also relates to the PFMA rules. There are things that they would like to move into, whether it's building their own offices or what. So they will be limited, certainly. And we will also not approve those kind of things because, unfortunately, legislation suggests otherwise. Maybe that's also another opportunity for members of parliament. When some of these acts, some of these bills are brought forward, we have to look at what are the flexibilities that we can use to help state, to make use of the right kind of things or legislations that are progressive and that also ensures that we can move effectively. In fact, much more of the work is blocked by the kind of legislations we have that limits us. So I just thought I must raise this, but express sincere appreciation to the views of honorable members, the presentation by the new board. Yes, indeed, they've got a month long. The CEO is 2 months long, but they still came to the platform to account. I agree, members, that honestly, this is a platform must never be taken as a platform of attack. It's a platform of accountability. So when members, honorable members, come with their views, it's not coming from any bad space. We'll deal with politics when we need to. We'll face each other when we need to. And I mean, with our honorable member there, I'm glad you could say that this is not the room where he'll be dragged. Good. But he was late because he looked for the saloon. Next time, be on time and find it on time. Thank you so much, Chair.
Saloon not run by a South African. But you see, your chair loves you. That's why you're not getting dragged today. Minister?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, let me also welcome the engagement that has taken place here today and probably appreciate the fact that members were really smiling towards the board because they are actually new indeed, but they had to come and present the work that they did not perform themselves, but they are accountable for it, even if it's not them. Chairperson, just maybe on the issue of unverified foreign job offers, we did issue a statement as a department warning there would be young people who might actually be led by these mafias to actually apply and find themselves being victims of human trafficking and human trafficking syndicates. So we did, but also the GCIS has actually issued sort of a criteria for young people to look into when there are such offers, together with the Department of DERCO. They've also done the same. Ours is that don't take things for granted. Don't find yourself leaving South Africa not knowing as to who is inviting you to that country. There are missions in South Africa for all these countries, but also in those countries, if you are outside of South Africa already are frustrated, look for South Africa's mission. They can actually help you. We did write to the Speaker requesting a plot for a statement on this matter. If we are granted, it means that we might also be given the opportunity as members of Parliament to make our own statements, but of course that will depend on what the minister, the Speaker says. The questions asked, there's one thing that it was emphasizing the fact that NYDA alone cannot achieve much. It does require partnership, it does require collaboration with either private sector or government departments. For instance, it will be very difficult for NYDA to ensure that technology or network reaches every part of South Africa. However, there is a department they can work with, there are entities that they can work with. First, departments ensuring that they deliver on their mandate, Department of Communication and Digital Technology. But of course, ourselves as a department, mainstreaming and influencing them, the NYDA doing the same thing, of course. So that, for sure, it talks to that collaboration, that partnership that the NYDA should consider. They've attended quite a number of them within this very short space. Private sector, all of them, Chairperson, they do have something that they are doing about youth empowerment. Almost all of them, whether you speak retailers, whether you speak financial institutions, they've got some work. But what we think is missing is the coordination of that work. It's very possible that it will be this bank empowering Cindy Chikunga and another one, Cindy Chikunga and another one, and therefore they count Cindy Chikunga 5 times, it's Cindy Chikunga alone, but appearing in 5 branches. And our take is that because they seem not to be against coming together and put on one basket what they are doing, probably that is the way that NYDA should move towards, to say put on this basket so that we can then all of us together face the issue of youth unemployment and start where we can start and move forward. That they seem to be amenable to with the engagement that we have had with them. And of course, working together with the NYDA, we believe it can be done. That also talks to departments like the Chairperson was indicating. The department, you're not going to empower young people without land. They need land. And some who may even be CAs or lawyers or advocates, they seem to be interested to go the route of farming. And what we need to do is to ensure that they get the implements, they are assisted, and then of course they can move forward. But also that we address the issue of market, because that is one other issue. By the fact that somewhere the people that are still leading in those areas are people that never wanted us in those areas. So it's important that we are also assisting them in as such. We've taken note, Chairperson, I don't want to be long, we've taken note of the questions asked by members of Parliament. I think there was also a question asked by Honorable Litlape to say, our education system, and you refer to artisan. And my question was to say, if I want a South African artisan, I want a boiler and electrician, where do I find them? And for me to have a building that says, here you're going to get an electrician, here you're going to get a bricklayer, here you're going to get etc. So you know that in this town, in this area, if I want a bricklayer, this is where I go. If I want an electrician, this is where I go. And they have the tools of trade so that they can actually move from there. I think that is one other model we can look at, which one saw in other countries. When you go to other countries, as you walk in town in Sao Paulo, you actually can see such buildings, so you know where to go and where you are going to find South Africans. In our case, we don't know where they are, but those are the things that we look into going forward. Chairperson, it is true, NYDA reports every quarter. to us, and it's possible that we can actually come every quarter to account, so that it's not like an annual report that has not been signed off. We would be very much happy to do that. And I fully agree on the issue of who should monitor and evaluate, as the DM was saying, and as you were actually suggesting, so that there's no confusion on roles and there's no duplication. And we know where we go forward and who we account to, shareholder, etc. That actually will help a great deal. We've taken note, Chairperson, of the issue of vacancy rate, questions that you've asked with regards to staff turnover, even if there were answers, but we've taken note of that. The issue of disability employment equity, the target not met, and something was saying to me, with the targets that we set, you are either 100% achieving, you might actually be 99%, but you have not achieved, and that is what we report. And that is why it's possible, therefore, that the following month, you therefore are able to meet the target, because you didn't meet it, but you're just about to. You were just left with few things for you to actually meet the target. So it's actually possible. But our wish as the department is that we meet all targets that we set for ourselves as entity, but also as a department. We agree fully that NYDA should participate in the national dialogue, and it must go all out and meet young people in the most rural part of South Africa. My own take, Chair, is that they reach out to young people in farm areas. If you talk about farm areas, we've not reached out to them even as this democratic government, and I think it is the opportunity for young people to actually reach out to those young people as well. But we really thank Chairperson for the interaction that has taken place here today. Definitely we're coming back to present our annual report as NYDA, which I think it will be around October, and will be ready again. I think this is for us, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. We recently had a meeting with, what was it, Honourable MEC for Social Development of Gauteng, who complained about our long meetings, and I can see some of the faces there are also complaining now about this long meeting. But that having been said, I want to thank all of you for your time. CEO, maybe just to summarize some of the information that is still required. I think the quarterly reports, if you can submit those to us a month after the due date or reporting date, even though we haven't scheduled a meeting with you, if those can be submitted to us, please. Then Honourable Lonzi requested more information on the Scorpion Kings initiative. Honourable Kanyile had asked for some reports. I think we need more information. Just go and look about your mobile units, whether you do have or it's only the partnership that you will be entering into with KZN. I think honourable members have been talking about the issue of your accessibility. It's not only, so it's the issue of the offices. Most of your offices are in big towns. There's a beautiful office in Durban, but also the issue now around some of the offices that might not be in big towns. Are they fully operational? So maybe come back with us in terms of that report as well. On the National Youth Service, we did ask which government departments, national, provincial, and which entities are part. Please, if we could also get that in writing. Your rural youth and disability strategy you'll present to us at a later stage when you come back, as well as your board strat plan. CFO, we need a report on the capital expenditure of 15 million. We're not quite sure what that is about. And going forward, I think we want to have a cost-benefit analysis on your international trips and maybe also a forecast of where you're going, so that you take us along in terms of your expenditure and your delegation sizes, etc. DM, we fully support your comments around civil society. I think they play a very important part in sustaining our democracy. They often, provide services where the state can't. They are defenders of our democracy and they do deserve our support. I think I want to say when we raise issues with you, whether it will be Honourable Lonzi having a different view on the Scorpions King initiative, whether it's the issue around values or the issue around whether South Africans have got access to opportunities. We're not polarizing discussions. We are, we want to make you think about the realities of South Africans, and we'll do so continuously throughout these 3 years. I think the point has been raised. When you come here, we might not always agree, but oversight is not an attack on you. It's our constitutional responsibility, and we might not always agree, but we are, as the DM said, we are not enemies, we are partners. And as long as we walk that journey together over the next 3 years, we'll get far. So I want to end off where I started. We are very proud of all of you. We've got great expectations of you. You've got a lot on your shoulders. Don't rest, because young people are looking towards you for solutions. So please, work hard, work hard, work hard. Make us proud. We don't want to look back and say, hey, we made a mistake. So please, thank you. Thank you very much. Run for the lunch before it closes. No, wait, colleagues. Just 1 second. Our guests, please go and help yourself for lunch. I just need our team for 1 second.